Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Obito Sensei in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Obito Sensei Chapter 49. Ninja Clash in the Land of Waves. Could there be no finer example of that ambition than the Akatsuki? To think that there are those who would attempt to damage the integrity of the Land of Fire while such flagrant fools exist drives one to a rage. It is the kind of anger that inspires a conversation with the stars, in search of a meaning that cannot exist. The heavens may be arranged, but the follies of man emerge at random, while the universe has its celestial means of removing imperfections and shaping harmony in the night sky. It is men, and men alone, who can correct the failings of their fellows, a duty that every one of us must hold next to our soul at all times. ####. Shortly after the teams split, Sasuke and Haku were discussing the specifics of his black market sale. He has one shinobi with him, according to Hinata, he said, and glanced at Karen to confirm. She nodded. He's behind him, up on the roof. Though his chakra is odd, spread out. It could be a sensory jutsu, but it doesn't feel like one. More like concealment. He's probably trying to hide himself. Karen bit her lip. I don't like it. It feels weird. Sasuke shrugged. If he causes trouble, we'll chase him off. He turned to Haku. Are you ready? Haku smiled, heft the case, and turned the corner down towards the warehouse. They were near the buyer, barely 100 feet from him, and Sasuke couldn't help but chuckle at Haku's brazenness. The streets here ended in a row of slopes that worked down towards the wide flat docks and their warehouses, a series of ramps meant for heavy cargo, and were covered in guardrails meant to direct traffic. It was behind those rails that Sasuke and Karen took cover, watching Haku go. From this slightly elevated position, everything was crystal clear. The buyer, Soichiro Kagane, was sitting in front of the fourth warehouse in a folding chair with an equally cheap plastic table set up in front of him. It was just as Hinata had described. As Haku approached, he sat up straight and adjusted his tie. Sasuke was surprised he stayed seated. He must have been confident to do that while a ninja was walking right at him holding a huge case. His hired shinobi wasn't visible, but according to both Hinata and Karen he was concealed on the roof of the warehouse. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, scanning the roofline out of curiosity, but didn't see anything notable, just the wear and tear caused by the sea. As Sasuke peered down on the scene, his cheap headset crackled. Sasuke. It was Kurane's voice. He raised his hand and pressed the device further into his ear, trying to make the sound clearer. Here, he whispered. Haku was getting closer, and he didn't want to miss the moment of contact. Zabuza had a headset as well and so could surely hear Kurane, but the man was nowhere to be seen and completely silent. He was standing vigil over all the proceedings like a bloodthirsty ghost. Hinata thought she saw something. She wants Karen to take a look as well to be sure. Thought she saw something? Could you hide from the Byakugan? Sasuke hadn't known that, but really it was only sensible when it came to something as ridiculous as Hinata's range. It would be easy to miss fine details when you were taking in the sum of kilometers, even with his Sharingan. He shifted towards Karen. Karen, he asked. She looked over at him, obviously a little nervous. Is there anyone near the other team? Another shinobi. One that wasn't already known about went unspoken. Karen concentrated, making a couple hand seals, and her chakra spiked. 3 seconds went by, and she shook her head with a frown. There's thousands of people, there's a bunch of apartments around them, she said with an apologetic look. But I think there could be a shinobi on one of the rooftops. It's a weak feeling, northeast of them, a little more than 100 feet. It's barely moving. You're surrounded by people, but there's one that might be a shinobi near you, Sasuke repeated. To the northeast. At the roofline. 100 feet or so. He let go of the receiver, looking back towards Haku. Could a shinobi hide from you like that? He asked, and Karen shrugged. By suppressing their chakra. They could, Karen confirmed. But it would only really work in a place like this. You can't completely suppress your chakra or else you would, well, die. She giggled. But people can learn to tamp it down. I guess it's trying to become more like a rock or a tree than a person. She got a distant look. You have to have a strange mindset, I guess. Sasuke didn't question the statement, it made perfect sense to him. Down below, Haku stopped about 10 feet away from Soichiro. Good evening, he called out. Sasuke had to strain to hear. I'm glad to see you're here. And you, Soichiro said. He sounded irritated. Did you bring the sword? Right to business, which Sasuke appreciated. Haku apparently did as well, since he laid the case down vertically and popped it open. Sasuke couldn't see the cubic Ibisho inside from his angle, but the way Soichiro's face lit up made it obvious he could. It's real. He muttered, quiet enough that Sasuke had to read his lips. I almost didn't believe it. He stood up, walking around the table. I'll have to examine it, of course. Examine it? That sparked a bit of concern. Did this guy really think he was qualified to check if one of the legendary swords of the mist was real? Sasuke suppressed a scoff. The more money you had, the less sense you kept. That didn't sound like him. It was something his father had said. Of course. Haku didn't move from the blade's side, but he didn't stop Soichiro from stepping forward. Sasuke could imagine the sound of Zabuza's teeth grinding as the businessman gently tugged the sword from the case, staggering under its weight as he looked over it with greedy eyes. As he watched, there were voices in his head. Kurane's and Sakura's, thankfully. It seemed they had found whatever Darui was leading them to. Building is clear. Sakura, still nothing. Nothing out here. No one's moving. What's it look like in there, Kurane? It's full of machines. Printers, other things. Money too. It's all the land of fires. A rustling sound, a murmur, a slow male voice. Darui. I can't tell myself, but I feel like this might be the main production center. It's big enough. The voice was directed at him. Sasuke, do you read? I think we've got it. Sasuke stood up from behind the railing, hopping over it. I read, he said as Karen looked up at him curiously and followed. We've just made contact with the buyer, but it sounds like it'll be a waste. We're coming. He looked back at Karen with a smirk, and she laughed. She found it just as funny as them that they'd wasted their time only for another village to drop the solution in their lap. Thank Darui for me, will you? Will do, Kurane said, and then she was gone. Let's go, Sasuke said. Haku was looking back, and Soichiro too. The man's face had flushed red. Haku bringing friends obviously hadn't been part of the negotiation. We'll check his money before we head out, but I'm satisfied. He looked around. Where's Zabuza? As Sasuke asked that, hoping Karen would track down his murderous subordinate for him, there was a loud boom to the west. He spun towards the sound, body flooded with adrenaline, and caught the last of the flash. The explosion had been huge, and smoke was already trailing off into the moonlight sky. He stared for more than a second, trying to understand what he was seeing. Then, he raised his hand to his headset. Sakura. He barked into it. Neither Sakura or Kurane responded. All he could hear on the other side was static and yelling. It sounded distant. Sasuke looked at Karen. Karen dash. Shit. She yelped, letting out an uncharacteristic curse. Sasuke, the roof dash. Thick blue chakra exploded off the rooftop, flooding down onto the docks like an ocean of impenetrable goo. It washed over Soichiro, Haku, Sasuke, and Karen, and Sasuke's whole body went cold. To the Sharingan the chakra was even more unsettling. Sasuke couldn't see through it at all. Ninja came off the roof. Not just one, 5 in total, with 2 of them rapidly splitting into more than a half-dozen clones each. Water, Sasuke thought, his body already going through the motions. He drew a knife in each hand and molded enough chakra in his lungs to burn down a building before his brain caught up with his instincts. All of the shinobi wore plain face concealing masks, but one of the shorter ones wore his hitayate as a visible armband. It had 4 diagonal lines, the mark of the village hidden in the mist. Shit. Sasuke lowered himself, not sure what to do. Picking a fight with the hidden mist wasn't part of the mission, not unless they were responsible for the counterfeits, and he had a certainty that they were here for another reason. Now what's the meaning of this? Haku said, cool as ice. I hardly think this is necessary. Soichiro sneered, still struggling with the weight of the blade. Who could care about what scum like you deem necessary? Now, all of them were surrounded by shinobi of the hidden mist, nearly 20 in total, though most of them were clones. Sasuke looked around, trying to gauge the situation as Karen drew closer to him. Some of the shinobi were looking at him and some at Haku, but none of them could be read. It was an obvious intimidation strategy, but it was working. One of the new arrivals, a huge man with a fiery red beard sprouting from beneath his mask, moved to Soichiro's side. He was obviously intent on the Kyubikuraiba show. Sasuke's mind was still racing. A hunter-killer squad, self-evident. Sent to retrieve the sword, self-evident. Arrived in the city in just a day, or already here. Both the options were unlucky, it might even be a mix, some here and some called in. Hidden from both Hinata's sight and Karen's sixth sense. I don't like it. It feels weird. The first ninja, Sasuke realized with a start as everything came together. He'd used some sort of concealment jutsu, he'd stayed visible but he'd hid his comrades. It was probably related to the thick gooey chakra that had poured off the rooftop that even his Sharingan couldn't penetrate. He hadn't known something like that could exist, and evidently Karen hadn't either. But they were still young and stupid, and these ninja from Mist obviously weren't. Itaka would never have made such a dumb mistake. Itaka would have always assumed the worst, not the best, and that where there was one ninja, there were bound to be more. It didn't matter that Sasuke was a jonin, he was still a moron compared to his brother. We had a fair arrangement, Haku said, still so mild despite being surrounded by ninja. This will probably be bad for your reputation, Soichiro. The older man sneered as he handed the blade to the large shinobi at his side. The ninja with the red beard held the blade up, his face unreadable behind the hunter-nin mask. This is the problem with you kind of people, Soichiro said, his voice full of contempt. Did you seriously think you could sell part of Mist's history for a couple thousand ryo? He stepped forward, secure amongst the shinobi. You're like greedy little rats, scurrying around and stealing what you can. You think you're a ninja just because you can make it from day to day. Trash like you don't understand a thing about loyalty, loyalty to a village, to an ideal, you don't understand anything but money. Ah. Sasuke relaxed, just a fraction. The man was a patriot, it bled off of him. That must have been why he approached Haku in the first place. That made the situation a little different. They could probably work this out if they were revealed as more than mercenaries. Rain and Mist had no open quarrel, and the hunter-nin wouldn't want to pick that fight. Now he had a fraught political situation to work with, instead of a helpless one. Saki heard a growl and the whistle of wind in his earpiece, and his world came crashing down as the red-bearded shinobi lifted the blade over his head and rested it on his shoulder. He spoke in a sonorous voice to Haku, muscles across his body rippling as chakra began to burst out of him. You were a fool to steal from the hidden mist, he said. His arm shifted, the blade lifting slightly as Haku slid a foot back, crystals of ice rising up around him. Now dash. Even with his Sharingan, Sasuke could only barely track Zabuza Momoshiki. He wouldn't have even known to look for him if it weren't for the whistling wind in his earpiece that had warned him that Zabuza had jumped and was falling. The older shinobi made no noise, let off no killing intent, he was simply a murderous shadow that descended from the night and landed directly on top of his lifted blade. The Kyubikuraiba show began to fall thanks to Zabuza's deliberately distributed weight, and the executioner's hole at the apex of the blade slipped over the hunter-nin's head and came to rest around his neck. The ninja started to look to the right. His mask blocked his expression but the chakra that was exploding off him spiked and he started to duck, reaching for a weapon. There wasn't enough time, not even for Sasuke, whose Sharingan told him what would happen a second before it did. As he opened his mouth to scream an order, Zabuza kicked down, sending the blade slamming into the concrete. The Kyubikuraiba show sliced through the mist shinobi's neck like warm butter, and the bearded man's head went flying. The body hit the ground with a thud, and then the head did with a plop. Sasuke blinked, and then his whole body was trembling with rage. You stupid bastard! Zabuza looked through all the mist ninja directly at Sasuke and smiled, revealing every one of his filed teeth. This sword was never Mist's, he growled. The dock exploded into motion, every shinobi turning to attack the nearest enemy. 4 rushed Sasuke and Karen, and he swept the first off its feet and smashed a second into a puddle with a high kick as he took in the new and violent situation. He and Haku would be fine, but in a close environment like this Karen would be overwhelmed in a second. What the hell had Zabuza been thinking? Zabuza didn't move, even as a dozen shinobi charged him. He ran through a half-dozen one-handed seals in a heartbeat, and water and mist exploded off of him and rolled in from the sea with supernatural speed. Visibility instantly dropped to 0, even with the Sharingan, Sasuke couldn't see a damn thing. Karen let out a frightened sound. It must have been the same for her. If the mist was this full of Zabuza's chakra, it was probably suffocating for her senses. For another second, Sasuke fought blind, rolling on top of the woman he'd tripped and punching her twice in the throat and another time in the forehead for good measure. There was a crack, skull on concrete, and then he was off and running for Karen's last position, ducking under a sword blindly swung towards his head. Everywhere was loud chaos. Zabuza and Haku were fighting, but Karen was staying right where she was, paralyzed by the sudden violence. Sasuke crashed into her, bringing them both to the ground, and as she desperately clawed at him he pulled her close and began rolling across the ground, away from the sounds of steel meeting bone. Sasuke heard blood splattering, the hollow thunk of a flak vest being punctured. Zabuza's, maybe? He almost hoped it was. If the man died, it would make things simpler. His hopes were dashed a moment later. That village was merely keeping it safe. The lunatic's voice echoed through the mist as if from every direction. Until its true owner came along. There was an agonized, heavy scream. It sounded like Soikoro, and the scream carried on long past what was reasonable, nearly a full 4 seconds as Sasuke continued rolling across the ground and carrying Karen along. I am Zabuza Mamakai, the demon born to carry this blade. Sasuke came back to his feet, running towards what he was pretty sure was south and tugging Karen behind him. As he did, he heard footsteps, intentionally made loud. Sasuke. Haku had somehow found his way to their side. We're going the right way, we should get out of here. What the fuck is he doing? Sasuke hissed. This is unacceptable. Another scream, and a grunt of pain. More shinobi were dying back there, and all because Sasuke couldn't keep one man under control. I didn't expect it either, Haku said, and Sasuke twitched at the frankness in his voice. Master Zabuza has always held a grudge against the mist, but I didn't realize it was to this degree. He sighed. He is the only one who can move through this mist at will. The only reasonable move after being caught in it is to retreat. But with the sea powering his jutsu, the affected area will likely be wide. Pick a direction then, Sasuke spat, putting all his imagined authority into it. Get us out of here. He couldn't see Haku nod, but after a moment the boy began moving away. Sasuke and Karen followed him, Sasuke's mind racing. A catastrophe on top of a catastrophe, that's what he'd found himself in. Kurane still wasn't responding, but he decided to try again. Sakura. He said, activating his earpiece. Are you there? Sasuke. Sakura's voice came through, barely discernible, and Sasuke let out a sigh of relief. You're okay. He started to speak, but she cut him off. Listen, we were ambushed by someone from Route, a Hyuga. I don't know if there are more. Hinata's down, I think she was poisoned. She said Gaara was coming, and I bet there's more than just him. We've got to meet back up. For a second, Sasuke was wordless. Hinata had been poisoned? His heart constricted, all that was left inside him was directionless fury. Fuck, he muttered under his breath, feeling Karen glance at him. Maybe this was why Naruto swore, it was cathartic. Fuck. He clicked the receiver back on. It isn't any better here. The deal went bad, and Zabuza's gone insane. Is Kurane alive? She's alive. She was caught in the blast, but Naruto got to her. Oh, crap. Sakura trailed off. He's here. Sasuke's whole body was jittering. Sakura, stay alive. We're coming. He heard Sakura laugh on the other side. The mist was growing fainter, falling away in thick wisps, and Sasuke pressed forward through it, seeing Haku's shadow leading. I wonder how he found me, she said with a giggle. I'll do my best. Hurry up, okay. Sasuke, Karen whispered. He's there. She's not back to the warehouse yet. They were in the night now, and Sasuke could see that a couple other mist ninja had cleared the jutsu as well. They were looking around, and their featureless masks were locking on him, Karen, and Haku. Haku, Zabuza's your mess now. Try not to kill anyone if you can manage, Sasuke said with a sneer, and Haku nodded, pulling a clutch of senbon from his pouch and moving towards the hunter ninja. Karen, take me to Sakura. Now. They split towards their fates in the bloody night. ####. Sakura took her hand off her earpiece, letting it fall limply to her side. She was carrying Hinata over her back, and the girl felt heavier than ever. She was shivering, minor convulsions that made her rattle against Sakura's back. Sakura couldn't care about that because she was being watched by 4 shinobi with such intense focus that she was sure that if she took another step the consequences would be immediate and irreversible. She didn't know how they'd found her. They'd both been racing for the same location, her along the docks and them along the residential rooftops, but still, wasn't that just too unfair? Why couldn't it have been in another minute, when she was among her friends, when she wasn't carrying Hinata on her back? She was starting to hyperventilate. She didn't want to do this. She couldn't do this. She felt young and weak and scared all over again, just like she had at the Chunin exam. With the full moon shining down on all of them, the shinobi descended off the rooftops and slowly approached her. One led, the other 3 kept a wary pace. They came to a stop 15 feet away, and Sakura marked the distance with a sense of familiarity. That was the minimum safe range from his attacks. You, Gaara of the desert said. His siblings shifted uncomfortably at his side, his teacher was staring straight ahead, not even looking at Sakura. What a coward. Just like last time, her fear was turning to anger. They were all equipped for a fight, Kankuro with his wrapped puppet, Tamari with her fan, and Beiki with a sword. You're here. He said it in such an academic way that Sakura had to take a moment to look him over, to see if it was the same Gaara. He was taller, just like her, and dressed in a thick white and brown cloak to insulate him from the weather. His gourd was strapped over his back, it was larger than before, and had more seals carved into its rim. His hair had been cut shorter, and for a moment she wondered if he'd done that himself, or if there was someone brave and stupid enough to be his barber. When they'd met almost 2 years ago, Gaara had been slight and pale, and while he was still pale his body was now more defined, obvious muscles in his arms and shoulders. Whether it was an illusion from the sand he wore as armor or genuine, it only served to make him more frightening. His eyes weren't the same either. They were still flat and green, but where before they'd been as empty as the desert now they were full of a baleful interest. I'm here, she said as mildly as she could, pushing Hinata a little farther up her back. Gaara stayed focused on her, but the rest of his team noticed the movement and shifted some of their attention to Hinata. Good, Sakura was pretty sure that was her best chance. I don't really care why you guys are, I'm taking her to a medic. You can escort me if you want. Sakura tried to smile. After all, you're her allies, right? Gaara looked between her and Hinata with glacial speed, and she felt her blood run cold. I don't care about her, Gaara said. His teacher stepped forward with a dour look. Is your medic at the source of that explosion? He said. He reached out with one hand. We'll take the Hyuga there. As Sakura looked at the outstretched hand, she realized a couple things all at the same time. They all washed over her with the same cold surety. Beiki didn't see her as human. He barely looked at her even when he talked to her, and that was because he'd already accepted her as dead. He was trying to take Hinata from her. The second that happened, Gaara wouldn't have any reason to not strike out at her. Even if Gaara gave no sign of doing that, Beiki was sure he would. In that moment of clarity Sakura could read every inch of his body and every crease in his face, and they all screamed his fear of the inevitable violence in his student. That meant Hinata was the only reason she was still alive. The girl stirred against her back, and Sakura felt her heart harden. With only 15 feet between her and Gaara, there was only one thing that would get her out of here in one piece. You don't get to just leave. Sakura turned west towards the warehouse and ran as fast as she could. Gaara. Beiki shouted out the order, not to act, but to stop. There was a crack, sand against concrete, and then a muffled gasp. Sakura didn't look back, she couldn't afford to. She just ran, desperation driving her forward. If she got back to Naruto and Shikamaru and Ino, maybe they could handle Gaara. At least get away from him. They could come back later if they needed to, but for now they had to get out. If you don't stop, she'll lose more than a finger. Gaara's voice rang out clear through the night, and Sakura blinked. She slowed and looked back. Gaara hadn't moved, but Beiki was strung up in the air, suspended by a thin string of sand that had wrapped around his head and covered his mouth. He was struggling and flailing, trying to pull the sand away and breathe, and some of the skin on his face had been rubbed away, leaving raw red flesh. Gaara's siblings were frozen at his sides, staring at their captured teacher. "I don't care that she's from Konoha," Gaara said. "If you run, she'll die." He gestured, and part of the sand from the tether holding Beiki shot out like a knife and buried itself several inches into the concrete. "I can do it from here." His eyes were wide and merciless. "Put her down." "You'll kill me if I do that," Sakura said, weighing her options, and Gaara nodded. "Yes," he said with a slight smile. "But at least she'll be alive, right?" Stupid. Stupid. Could she shield Hinata and flee at the same time? There was no way she could run backwards fast enough to outpace Gaara. She could feel Hinata's shuddering getting more intense. She needed to get to Naruto as soon as possible. "Listen." She snapped, and Gaara cocked his head. "I'm going back to the warehouse. If you want to start something, do it after, all right?" It was a pointless plea, the Gaara that she remembered wouldn't even consider it. But after a second, the other ninja shrugged. "It makes no difference where you die," he mused. "But father probably would prefer I not kill any ninja from the leaf." He glanced at Beiki. "But you're free now, Sakura Haruno." His face split into a smile. "I can wait." He was different, Sakura thought. Her heart was pounding in her ears. Different, and more dangerous for it. He'd learned patience. If she led him back, would he try to kill Naruto again? No matter what, they had a better chance together than apart. She turned and started running once more, entire body vibrating in anticipation as she prepared to dodge an attack from behind, but none came. The team from Sand started following at a respectable distance. Her hand wandered back up to her earpiece. "Sasuke, you there?" she asked, and after a moment he responded. "I'm here. We're on our way. 5 minutes." He sounded furious. "There are shinobi everywhere. Everyone in the city is headed towards the explosion. We've seen 3 different villages already. Gaara is following me." Sakura banked around a familiar set of apartment blocks, drawing closer to the lingering smoke and the sound of voices. People were out, looking around the night, some pointing at her as she sprinted past. "Hinata needs a medic, and his team stopped him from attacking the both of us. But the second I pass her off, he's probably going to try to kill me." "Well, you've already got your orders for that." Sasuke was speaking through gritted teeth. "Stay alive until we get there, and we'll figure the rest out after." "There's a lot of people out," Sakura said. Hinata seemed to be getting heavier and heavier. "More than just shinobi. They're gonna get hurt." "Yeah," Sasuke eventually said. She was almost there, just another couple seconds. "Probably." Sakura cleared a warehouse just like the one that had exploded, and then she was there, less than 100 feet along the docks from the site of the blast. Naruto, Shikamaru, Ino, Kurane, and Darui were there. They were speaking with someone Sakura didn't recognize, arrayed in a defensive formation in front of Kurane. She was lying on the ground making weak gestures. Sakura twitched as her brain reset. They were missing someone. Haku, Karen, and Zabuza were with Sasuke. Suijutsu had been with them, and had chased after the root agent with her and Hinata. He'd been blown to pieces by the Hyuga's jutsu, but she'd seen him get up from damage that seemed just as severe. Where the hell was he? She'd completely lost track of him in the chaos. "Naruto!" she screamed out. Her teammate spun towards her, and then did a double take. Shikamaru waved him away and he took off, meeting her halfway. You got her, he said as they drew closer together. He was sweating, Sakura saw, and as she ran she peeled Hinata off her back and slid to a stop, laying her down on the ground. Hinata got her, but she's hurt. She got hit by one of the arrows, and now she's like this. Naruto was already barely listening to her. He'd gone to his knees, running glowing green hands over Hinata, closely examining the nasty cut in her side. But Naruto, Gaara's here. He's following right behind me. He'll be here any second. Naruto paused. Then, he shook his head. Fuck him, he muttered. He leaned farther over Hinata and began working his hands into the laceration in her side, gradually closing the wound. Faint black mucus began leaking from it, spreading in a wide puddle beneath her body. Keep him off of me if that's what he's after. She's got something in her system, something bad. I gotta flush it out. Sakura felt a flush of admiration from head to toe as Naruto ignored the world and focused solely on his patient. She didn't have time to think it over before Ino was there, running over and leaving Shikamaru between Darui and Kurane. Sakura, you got her. When Sakura nodded, she laughed. Good. Can't believe someone was crazy enough to blow the warehouse like that. Some shinobi hired by the city showed up, but Kurane Sensei is. She trailed off, looking over Sakura's shoulder. Oh shit, is that who I think it is? Sakura glanced back to find the team from Sand staring at her. She waved, trying to flippant, but the lack of reaction only unsettled her more. Yeah, she admitted to Ino. At a glance, her friend looked fine, if a little bruised. He's waiting to kill me. You could tell him what you told me, Ino said, her tone suddenly sharp, and Sakura shook her head with a grimace. He wouldn't believe me. And even if he did, I don't think he'd care, she said. They were both standing between Gaara and Naruto now, presenting a united front and shielding him as he worked on Hinata. We should just run then, Ino muttered. We're already hurt, and we got most of what we came for. We can come back and figure out the mess afterwards. He'll chase us, Sakura started to say, and then Gaara spoke up. The Sand team was 30 feet away, not very far for ninja, and they could both hear each other perfectly. I wouldn't chase you, he said. He had the same faint smile he'd put on when he'd spoken to his teacher. Yeah. Sakura shot back. The shinobi that Shikamaru had been talking with was making his way over. The man was short, with long black hair and a green vest. Sakura didn't recognize his hitai, which he wore around his neck like a scarf. You know, I kinda doubt that. Yes. Gaara looked up at the huge and faintly red moon. I understand why. But that's born out of your own misunderstanding. His smile grew wider. We're going to fight again, Sakura Harano, and without the Hokage or my father to get in the way. I've been thinking about it for a long time, and even more when I learned you left the hidden leaf. Wider, some sand crumbing away from his face and revealing white teeth. If you don't fight me, I'll kill all your friends. But it doesn't look like you have many here with you, and if they're fast enough, maybe they could get away with you. So once I'm done with them, I'll kill everyone in this city. He took a step forward, and Sakura couldn't help but take a step back. Ino took it with her. Gaara didn't stop talking. I'll bury this whole stupid place, and every single person in it. And then, if I run out of people in the city, I'll start turning this whole country into one shared grave. Wave doesn't have allies, after all. Though that will take a while. He paused, musing. Twitched. But I'm sure you'd come back by then. You got so angry over some worthless people from the Hidden Stone dying, right? Have you changed, Sakura? Or would that make you even angrier? Insane. Sakura twitched. He was completely insane. She almost said it out loud, but what good would stating the obvious do? She stared at Gaara, and then at his team. You'd let him do that? She said. Her heart was becoming a furnace, fury filling her up and burning her sense away. How cowardly can you be? Temari flinched, but none of them said a thing. They just stood by Gaara's side, obviously terrified and totally silent. And you? You're really that pathetic? Sakura was starting to scream now. She didn't want to be at the center of this. Gaara stiffened. Sakura. Ino said, trying and failing to caution her. It was way too late. She was getting carried away by her anger once more. You lose one fight and that's your reaction? You're like a fucking baby. Sakura shouted. She stepped forward, not caring she was drawing closer to his range. What, do you have nothing better to do than sit around and fantasize about killing someone you barely know? Do you think I'm the same way? I've barely given you a single thought since the exam. You're not special, and your philosophy is a bunch of bullshit. Get a life, shithead. Okay. The shinobi who'd been hired by Wave said. He was approaching from behind, and Sakura was sure he was making some sort of conciliatory motion. I'm not sure what's going on here, but maybe we should calm down dash. I didn't lose. Gaara suddenly screamed, drawing down and widening his stance. Sand began pouring out of the gourd on his back, covering the dock around him, and in response Sakura unsheathed both her blades. Hyaureus Wiccan. Her flowing hail blade spun out, rotating with a hungry whir as more and more sand piled around Gaara. Everyone was stepping away from the both of them, giving them distance. In her peripheral vision, Sakura could see civilians watching from the rooftops of the nearby apartments. It barely gave her pause. All of her focus was on Gaara. You ran away. Gaara continued screaming. You ran away because you knew I'd win. You ran away because you knew you were worth killing, and you didn't want to let me. He doubled down, his body grotesquely swelling as sand piled on it, and his voice grew distorted and monstrous as he thrashed and roared. But you can't run today, Sakura Harano. Today, you're going to die. Just try it, you worthless loser. Sakura snarled. She cracked her swords, the sonic boom echoing through the city. Try it, and I'll cut you to pieces. At that point, things escalated very quickly. Ino had already started running while Sakura was shouting. She and Naruto both scooped Hinata from the ground and began carrying her away, Naruto still working his chakra through the Hyuga's system. The shinobi hired by Wave was running too, not towards Shikamaru like Naruto and Ino but towards the apartment blocks, shouting out warnings to the civilians watching from their windows and roofs. Gaara charged. He only barely resembled a human being. The sand he'd unleashed had piled so thickly on his body that there was only a suggestion at the teenager beneath. In places, his skin and the sand seemed to have melded together. His teeth had extended into fangs, and his eyes had gone black and gold. His arms had grown so long they dragged as he lunged forward, and the dock shook with the force of his charge. Sakura was enraged, but her anger hadn't made her stupid enough to stand her ground. As Gaara charged, she retreated, hopping back with short, precise leaps and unleashing a barrage of strikes every time her footing was sure. With 20 feet between them, Sakura's flowing hail blade began making countless contacts with Gaara. Wherever the sword struck, it tore out great gouges of sand from Gaara's misshapen body. The wounds closed as quickly as they opened, sand flowing out of the gourd that had become a fleshy-looking hump on Gaara's back, but Sakura didn't relent. She was barely thinking anymore. Even if she'd been telling the truth about barely thinking about Gaara, she'd still been sure this would happen someday, and so she didn't give herself time to be surprised or to hesitate. The warehouse exploding, her and Hinata's pursuit of the root agent, and Sasuke being ambushed had already come close to overwhelming her. Gaara transforming into a monster and attacking was simply the final straw that deprived her of rational thought and convinced her to swing first and worry later. That was fine, Sakura said to herself. I can start thinking again when he's dead. The ramifications of that striking when she got back to Konoha was something so distant that calling it a whisper would have been an exaggeration. Gaara closed the distance with incredible speed, and the end almost came as soon as it had begun. Sakura leapt away and his huge hand flashed out, just as fast as it had when it had knocked her out back in the Chunin exam, and fastened around Sakura's leg. Deja vu. But as Gaara's hand tightened, Sakura lashed out with her knife and the lesser hail blade cut Gaara's hand clean off. It's sharper. Gaara's voice was thick with glee. And you have too. As Sakura retreated once more and circled to keep Naruto and the others, especially the injured Kurane and Darui, away from her back, he started laughing. Behind him, the ocean stretched out into endless darkness. Good. That's good. It wouldn't be fun to kill you if you hadn't improved. Where was his team? Sakura's mind was going too fast and too slow. A glance told her that Gaara's siblings and teacher weren't supporting him, they were locked where they stood, watching the proceedings with a horrified fascination. The shinobi from Wave was yelling at them, it didn't seem to be making an impression. Where was her team? Naruto was standing up, leaving Hinata on the floor. Was he done? He and Shikamaru and Ino and Kurane were talking, Darui watching. Sakura couldn't hear them over Gaara's ranting. Naruto was already starting to move in her direction. He was out of patience. But it's still just a sword, Gaara declared, raising his truncated arm. His hand wriggled back into existence, and then more sand began pouring out of it, forming into a spinning star. Violent air currents whipped around his whole arm, rotating the oversized sand shuriken faster and faster. He drew back, his smile swallowing up his whole face. Don't you have anything better? He hurled the sand shuriken and a hurricane followed it. Sakura, as if she had picked up a blade for the first time once more, cut it out of the air. Her blades formed an X and struck the shuriken into 4 pieces, all of which cleanly missed her. The wind jutsu following it was torn apart as well, its structure destroyed by the simultaneous strikes, and what reached her was only a gale that picked her up and threw her several feet backwards without breaking bones or cutting her open. Sakura landed without missing a step and began to advance, her entire body thrumming with purpose. For the first time in a long time, there was nothing in her heart but murder. Then there was a crash, and her heart stopped, her rhythm disrupted and her self-righteousness falling apart. Another crash, and she risked a glance over her shoulder. Behind her, one of the apartments was collapsing. The shuriken, so neatly split, had smashed 4 tremendous holes in it all along the foundation. The wind that had followed hadn't helped, shattering windows and pushing down weakened walls. Slowly but surely, half the building began sliding to the side, grinding towards an inevitable fall. People were screaming, running, and scattering into the night. Some fell from the roof. More shinobi were arriving, and a pair that Sakura hadn't seen before who wore the crest of the land of grass caught a few as they fell, but not enough. The ones that hit the ground didn't get back up. Sakura couldn't look away, but her instincts flung her to the right as Gaara's fist crashed down where she'd stood a second before. She rolled to her feet, only 5 feet away from him, way too close, but he didn't attack again, just watched her with a smile. I thought about your sword a lot, he said, and Sakura screamed and swung. Gaara brought both his arms up, and the blade sliced entirely through the first before becoming embedded in the second. Sakura swung her knife, coming up from below to gut him, and Gaara shifted, the tremendous tail of a tanuki swinging around to smash the attack flat. It's sharp and strong and can reach far. In a lot of ways, it's like my sand. His tone was both amused and contemplative. But all it can do is attack. He sneered at her. So if we're close, like this dash. As Sakura jumped back, one of Gaara's oversized feet struck out, catching her in the gut and sending her flying away. It was only a glancing blow, but she still threw up in her mouth. It felt like everything in her stomach had been forced up into her chest and throat. She smashed into the side of the crumbling apartment and tumbled to her side, retching and trying to suck in air. There was a corpse not even 4 feet from her, an older man with a beard and no other hair who'd fallen straight down the side of the building. His head was smashed open like an egg, spilling red and gray yolk everywhere. Sakura stared at the blood and brains and felt an urge to burn down the entire world, take her heart and squeeze it in a deathly grip. No, it was more than that, she was actually being crushed. Part of Gaara's foot had detached and now she was covered in sand, plastered to the building and in the process of being squished as the sand cruelly constricted around her. She gagged, the air in her lungs getting forced out by the pressure. You're pathetic. It's beyond belief that someone like you made me bleed. Gaara roared. The roar kept going as he raised his head up, like he was screaming at the sky itself. The moonlight poured over his body and revealed everything about his abandoned humanity in unwelcome clarity. But we'll fix that mistake. Sakura struggled to break free, but her arms and swords were pinned. She could feel her ribs creak as Gaara stepped forward with a mad grin. She was about as doomed as you could get, and Gaara knew it. She was totally at his non-existent mercy. That was probably why he didn't notice Naruto rushing at him from behind until it was too late. Whether it was through following Sakura's line of sight or his own instincts, Gaara spun, his tail and arm forming a wall of force that would smash anyone approaching into paste. Naruto, his face twisted in fury, stepped right through it. He flung himself into the air, flattening his body out as a raise-non formed in one of his hands, and slipped through the gap in the center of the attack between Gaara's arm and tail. He landed on the other side as Gaara glared down at him, his entire body spinning into another strike as Naruto stepped forward. The raise-non in his hand doubled, tripled in size, bigger than his head, and then Naruto slammed it directly into Gaara's side. The jutsu exploded with bone-shattering force. Gaara was blown down the dock, his entire left side twisting up and falling away in clumps of sand and blood as he went head over heels. He tumbled, turning, and slammed his claws into the concrete, digging a deep scar as he slowly came to a stop. As he came back to his feet, he doubled over with a growl, panting and spitting up blood. Naruto straightened up, and Sakura nearly laughed at the absurdity of her thoughts as Gaara's sand stopped constricting around her. "He's so damn cool." "You're right about that," Naruto shouted at the bloodied monster. "Tonight, we're gonna fix some fucking mistakes. Namikaze." Gaara struggled back to his feet as Naruto brought his hands together and produced a dozen clones. Some rushed forward, a few towards the shattered apartment, and 2 towards Sakura. Sakura was pretty sure the real Naruto was heading right for Gaara. "Don't think I've forgotten about you," he leered. The pain in her chest was helping Sakura think more clearly. As some Narutos reached her side and began ripping away the stone-hard sand covering one of her arms, she spoke aloud in a rushed voice. "He's insane. He's stronger, he's letting more of the Baijuyu out," she babbled. Naruto partially freed her arm and she tried to slash up, to cut away some more of the sand and free herself. But that's turned off his automatic defense. He can still control the sand, but it won't defend him. She struggled and rolled, finally coming free and taking a deep breath. "You okay?" Naruto asked, and she looked up into his wide blue eyes. "Naruto," she said with as much fervor as she could manage. "We've got to stop him." Naruto glanced at the dead men and women surrounding them. There were more than the bald man. Now that Sakura had a moment, she could see at least half a dozen, all twisted and broken by the fallen Gaara's jutsu. One of Naruto's clones had rushed into the building, probably looking for wounded. "Yeah," he growled. "And we're gonna." He stood back up, and Sakura followed him. "Let's get that bastard." Obito Sensei Chapter 50. It's all your fault. Your means are vast, Lord of Lightning, and your court of storms as powerful as it is beautiful. The land of fire must implore you to find those truly responsible for both the tragedies of deceit and destruction in the land of waves and bring the architects to justice. Let the thunder of cloud ring through the world, and flush such rats from their nests. In execution of such a worthy goal, pursued so generously, it would be as it is everywhere, lightning strikes, and fire follows. With regards and trust. Saitama Sugawara, Lord of Fire. ####. When Hinata woke up, everything hurt. She blinked, looking up into a dark sky and picking out countless stars blocked out by light pollution. Her side and chest ached, and her first breath was thready and uncertain. She hacked, coughing hard enough to make her throat ache, and then tried to sit up. "Careful." An arm came down across her chest, and at the same time there was a distant crash, screams. Hinata looked to her left to find her sensei lying down next to her. Kurane was covered in dried blood and her face was pale, but at least she was speaking. Her voice was quiet, muted by the cut across her throat. "Your heart stopped for a minute there. Take it slow." Hinata didn't take it slow. She immediately activated her Byakugan, and freezing pain lanced across her body as her muscles locked up, deprived of what little chakra she had remaining. She took in her surroundings with a glance, her teeth clenched as her body locked into a solid slab of pain. They were still on the docks, and everywhere she looked complete chaos had taken it. Gaara was here. He'd transformed into a complete monster, huge and heavy, his chakra so thick that Hinata's eyes couldn't penetrate the surface of his sand. His legs were the size of trees, his arms long and ending with blood-stained claws instead of hands, and he towered nearly 12 feet tall, thrashing and roaring as he fought up and down the docks, tearing the concrete beneath him to pieces and generating storms of wind and sand that could strip flesh and hurl people to the ground. Gaara's team was watching from a safe distance, not moving. His sister had her head buried in her hands, too ashamed to look. His brother watched everything, sweat and rain dripping down his face and smearing his face paint. Their teacher was just standing with his arms crossed, steadfastly refusing to acknowledge his student's murderous tantrum. There were corpses scattered across the docks, the shredded remains of those killed by the warehouse explosion, 2 ninja, a woman from the land of grass with a hole in her chest and a man from the land of rivers who was missing most of his face, and over 20 civilians, some lacerated by Gaara's sandstorms and others crushed by a collapsing apartment. The land of waves wasn't taking this lying down, and neither was Team 7. Gaara was being attacked from every direction by 14 ninja, including Sakura and Naruto. Ninja from 8 villages were struggling against him, including another shinobi from grass who looked completely identical to her fallen comrade. A twin, Hinata thought distantly. A twin sister. Even though it was mundane compared to all the death around her, it was that realization that made her start crying. It had been raining all night, but now it was coming down heavier, washes of heavy horizontal rain and sleet pelting everyone. It washed away Hinata's tears before anyone could see them. Suijutsu was there, close to Gaara, moving from puddle to puddle and waiting for something as his chakra rhythmically surged, his strange body flattened out and moving in a way Hinata was sure only she could perceive. She and Kurane had been laid down over 300 feet away, and Ino and Shikamaru were standing guard over them, ready to move the second the fight expanded. They both obviously had no idea what to do. This was so far outside the realm of their mission that they'd defaulted to keeping her and her sensei safe. Hinata tried to expand her vision, desperate to see what had happened to Sasuke and his team, to find out where Darui had run off to, but the second her range moved beyond 500 feet she seized a full-body cramp. She felt like she would snap in half, and with a groan she allowed the chakra that had accumulated in her eyes to leak away and drip back into the rest of her body. She was too hurt, too useless, all she was good for tonight was making mistakes and murdering family. Sensei, she choked out. We have to help them. The city. We can't, Kurane rasped. I don't care about Sand being our ally, but we just don't have the power to stop him here. The best we can do at this point is minimize casualties. She gestured with a limp hand. Shikamaru, Ino, both your jutsu can get people out of their dash. Oh fuck that, Ino growled. She was crouching down, a kunai in one hand and bandages in another. Hinata realized that the cut in her side was still partially open, but her entire stomach and lower back was covered in bandages and compression tape. She could barely bend to sit up even if she wanted to. Sakura is fighting him, she's got the right idea. Your mind transfer won't work on him, Shikamaru said. He was watching the fight with intense eyes, and Hinata was sure he was playing through all the possible scenarios with every blow. And neither does my shadow. Kurane-sensei is right that we can't attack him directly. His eyes shifted, away from Gaara and towards his team. But if we're lucky, maybe we can pull something. We have to do it quickly, Hinata said, forcing herself to breathe. Focus. Be present. Worry about yourself later. People are dying. ####. It took about 2 minutes for Sakura to realize they were losing the fight. At first, it had just been her and Naruto and his clones, but they'd very quickly been joined by 7 other shinobi from various villages, including the 2 grass ninja and the man with long black hair who'd been there since the beginning. Like Karen and Hinata had said, the city was full of ninja, many hired by Waves itself, and they clearly considered Gaara a threat. More than a dozen ninja against a single enemy was insane overkill in most situations. Unless the skill or physical ability of the sole ninja was ridiculously more advanced than their opponents, they'd be overwhelmed by simultaneous attacks from too many angles at once and die in short order. It was a simple fact brought about by the constraints of physics and biology, which Sakura considered unquestionable. She'd been attacked by dozens of clones before, and despite being faster and deadlier than them, only Naruto's intervention had kept her alive. Sakura had figured that would happen to Gaara when the other ninja joined the fight, but it hadn't. Instead, ninja started dying. One of the ninja from grass was the first to go down. Gaara caught her as she jumped to the side, his sandstorm slamming her to a stop in midair. He spat, and a spear of sand flew from his mouth and punched a fist-sized hole in her chest. She fell, convulsing, and spraying blood everywhere, and her sister let out a scream as the battle continued. Another fell less than a minute later, the man not even having time to scream as Gaara tripped him with a whirl of sand and lashed out with one bloody claw. The man ducked back, apparently avoiding the attack, and then collapsed, revealing the front of his skull as Gaara's claw carried away his face. Naruto's clones were dying with tremendous speed. Merely being close to Gaara was dangerous as he spun and screamed, kicking up waves of displaced concrete and generating hurricane winds filled with cutting shrapnel and hungry sand. Even from 20 feet away, Sakura barely felt safe as she relentlessly attacked. All of her blows were aimed for Gaara's head, the only part of his body that still seemed human. Maybe if she cut it off the chaos would come to an end. But it wasn't to be. As the strikes flashed out, Gaara's head sank back into his chest and emerged from his back, his body reorienting and leaving the hail blade to cut useless gashes in his torso. As she watched, a man with skin darker than Darui's was smashed away as he leapt at Gaara with a water dragon wreathing his body, sailing off towards the sea and leaving a trail of moonlit blood. Gaara's body of sand was becoming more active, spikes and knives were beginning to lance out of it at anyone who got too close, an active defense instead of a passive one. One of Naruto's last clones went down as a spike pierced his brain, and Gaara raised his hand high in the moment of respite it brought him. Weak. He roared, and when he slammed it down a storm of razor wind erupted out of the palm. It shot out in every direction, tearing the dock to pieces, killing the rest of the clones, and ripped off the feet of a ninja from the land of Tea who was too slow to back away. The woman let out a shocked yell, fell, and one of Gaara's fists struck out and crushed her upper body to pulp the second she hit the ground. Blood sprayed out across the concrete, but much of it was absorbed directly into Gaara's sand. 3 of the remaining shinobi turned and ran at that, and then it was just Sakura, Naruto, and the woman from grass. Sakura took all this in, felt her ribs ache, and broke into a sprint directly at Gaara, both blades whirling. She needed to get closer. And pointless. Gaara's scream was accompanied by another sand shuriken wreathed in a storm. It wasn't as large as the first, but Sakura found herself terrified. There were still people at her back, and she didn't want more to die because of her poor positioning. She slashed out at the shuriken 5 times, trying to break it apart, and partially succeeded. The projectile collapsed, the wind dissipating, but a chunk of leftover sand slammed into her shoulder and sent her spinning to the ground with a painful crash, spikes digging into her flesh and drawing out and absorbing her blood. She ripped it out, leaving behind a messy wound. The left side of her jacket was getting wet, but at least more people weren't dead. Naruto and the grass shinobi were fighting side by side, shouting and pounding Gaara with more raise-nons and a lightning jutsu that accompanied the woman's punches, boiling patches of sand to glass. The sand team was still watching, not interfering on either side. Tamari's face was buried in her hands. Annoying, annoying, annoying. Gaara stomped, sand pouring into the cracks the fight had made in the concrete and erupting out in waves of cutting blades and more wind. Sakura rolled away and to her feet, barely avoiding the jutsu. However, the grass shinobi fell back with a deep cut across her chest as Naruto pressed forward, ignoring several bleeding wounds. The woman hit the ground and began crawling backwards, her teeth bared, but Gae didn't have eyes for her. He was focused on Naruto. Don't you get it? I'm here because I can't be stopped. Gaara lashed out again, catching Naruto by the ankle and pulling him up into the air. Sakura's heart skipped a beat, and she launched several more attacks in desperation. Gaara caught them on his other arm, the sand hardening and trapping the water sword in the center of it. He pulled back Naruto to slam him into the ground with a laugh as Naruto flailed, trying to form a raise-non to smash apart Gaara's arm. Gaara started to shout something else and then there was a deafening crack from Sakura's right. His head snapped back, an arc of blood flying from his face, and his grip loosened. Naruto tumbled free, hitting the ground and rolling as he reoriented himself, the raise-non finally fully forming in his hand. Sakura looked over as she revved her blade and pulled back to swing. She found Suijutsu there, rising out of one of the countless puddles of blood and water that had accumulated on the docks. Both of his hands were formed into pistols, and he had a manic grin. It was like she'd thought, he'd been waiting, biding his time until Gaara gave him an opening. Suijutsu's grin shifted to Sakura, but she didn't have time to smile back. She was too busy trying to slash Gaara into as many pieces as possible. She didn't know if he was still alive after being shot in the face, but that didn't stop her from laying into him with 10, 20, 30 strikes, slashing out with both blades and carving countless scars into his body of sand. Thick mud and old blood poured from the wounds she left, but she felt in her heart that she wasn't cutting deep enough yet. The blood she was drawing wasn't Gaara's. She charged forward with a full body thrust as Gaara rocked back, drawing both blades back to her shoulder and pairing them together. The Hyaurius Wiccan combined, becoming a single tremendous spinning drill of a blade, and then she thrust it forward with a grunted kie as the familiarity of the situation made her sick to her stomach. As she charged, Naruto did too. He had both hands on his Rasengan, and it grew by the moment, almost to the size of his entire torso. He slammed into Gaara and drove the Rasengan into the Jinchuriki's lower back at the same time Sakura's spear exploded out and took Gaara through the chin, impaling his throat. They both screamed out at the same time, desperation making their voices one. Hyosui Yari. Otama Rasengan. Gaara gagged, head snapping up, and Sakura could now see he had two neat holes in his face, one right through his tattoo and the other below his right eye, in the cheek. He glared at her with utter fury as her hail spear spun and shredded his throat, and then Naruto roared and pressed forward with his enormous Rasengan. The entire front of Gaara's stomach blew out, showering the ground with sand and coagulated blood. He let out a gurgle and collapsed in a pile of gore-covered sand. Sakura staggered back, overwhelmed by pain and shock as she stared at the ruined body. Gaara's siblings were screaming, a distant sound that barely registered with her. Screw them. It didn't feel like her own thought, though it was her voice. They can't let him kill people and then cry about it. Got you! Naruto cried out. He was covered in hundreds of cuts, the product of Gaara's sandstorms and several near misses, and was limping on an obviously broken ankle. He took a painful step away, almost collapsing, his whole face red. How do you like that, you freak? He screamed at the destroyed corpse. We got you! As Naruto screamed, some of the sand shifted, and Sakura's heart stopped. Naruto cursed, but before he could retreat a tendril of sand snapped out and pierced him right through the arm. He let out a scream of pain as more of the sand whipped away, stirred up into a tornado of blades and slashing him countless times across his whole body. No! Sakura cried out and swung again, but another tendril of sand, more finely controlled than anything so far, intertwined itself with her hasty flowing hail blade. The jutsu was only half reformed, not as solid as she should have made it, and Gaara's sand yanked it and the sword that Tenten had gifted her so long ago right out of her hand, ripping away the top layer of her skin as well. It skittered away and was swallowed by the bloody mud that now covered much of the nearby docks. As the sand raised itself into a tornado, Gaara was revealed. Sakura understood now, the head had been a fake, the blood had never been his. He was curled up into a ball, stuck in the fetal position and sheathed in an unbelievably thick layer of sand armor. The thing they'd been fighting had essentially been a golem, and Gaara had been concealed in its chest, in the most protected section. Of course he'd improved just as much as them. Why wouldn't he have? He'd been dreaming of killing them. Close, he said with a grin as more sand constricted around Naruto. He screamed as his arm was twisted out of position by the tendril impaling it. Suijutsu began rushing forward, but Gaara gestured and sent a wave of sand crashing over him, burying him completely. Gaara, don't! Sakura shouted, knowing that if she ran in without a plan she'd be ripped apart. Gaara actually stopped, glancing back at her with a curious look. Come on, Sakura, he said patiently, and his tone froze her. Don't you understand now? Didn't it feel good? Naruto was wriggling, trying to form another hand sign to produce more clones. He might be able to manage it in a second, if Sakura kept Gaara busy. Her hands were shaking, blood dripping from her torn palm as she placed both hands on her knife. It felt pathetic in the face of her opponent. I don't know what you're talking about, she said. Gaara laughed. You're not stupid, he said with a genuine smile. You killed me, or you thought you did. Didn't it feel good? His eyes were yellow, his body still vibrating with the chakra of his tailed beast. Didn't it make everything feel worth it? Sakura wished she could lie. Gaara saw the truth in her lack of response. Yeah, you get it now. He flinched, pressing his hand against his head with a growl, and then raised his other hand. Naruto's arms were yanked apart again, the shadow clone seal incomplete. He let out another groan of pain, and Sakura prepared to sell her life to save him. Now, we should finish this. That's enough. The voice was so unexpected by both Gaara and Sakura that they had the same reaction, twitching and looking to the east, Gaara glaring out from between the fingers he had splayed across his face. They found Baki standing there, his hands open and at his sides. Far behind him, Gaara's siblings were staring in disbelief. Gaara was doing the same. Baki kept speaking, his voice steady. Gaara, Baki said, taking a step forward. He'd gotten rather close without either of them noticing, he was an experienced ninja after all. This has gone too far already. Don't forget why we're here. Why we're here. Gaara muttered. He was confused, Sakura could see it clear as day. What? Shut up. Be quiet. Even if Namikaze has gone rogue, he's still the son of the Hokage, Baki said. Sakura didn't understand what was happening. How could the man who'd been too afraid of speaking back to Gaara to even regard her as human step in now? It being Naruto instead of her wasn't enough to explain that. That kind of cowardice didn't discriminate. He's not someone you can kill without consequence. Your father will punish you. Father will punish me? Gaara's voice was low. Only if someone told him. He was vibrating, gold chakra boiling off him. And you'd never dash. Sakura, still sure she was about to watch one of her best friends die, didn't actually see Sasuke arrive. He came down from out of the night like the moon had spat him out, both of his hands aflame, and fired out two beams of fiery light as he hit the ground. The first carved a semicircle through the air and severed the sand holding Naruto, who dropped to the ground and scrambled away from Gaara in obvious terror. The second beam slammed directly into Gaara's chest and knocked him back a step, leaving behind a sheen of melted sand over his heart. Naruto, go! It was an unmistakable command, and Naruto followed it, running away on three limbs, his broken ankle dragging behind him. Gaara let out an unintelligible yell and sent his sand after Sasuke, but somehow his Sharingan kept him safe as he danced through the onslaught, firing off another laser and then bringing his hands to cup his mouth, flames dancing at his lips. The fireball that emerged completely engulfed Gaara, but Sasuke didn't press the attack. He just ran, circling around the lunatic and reaching down into the mud to pull a sputtering Suijutsu from the ground, dragging him away from the fight. Sakura, you too. He shouted as he ran past her. Back up. We're not fighting unless dash. Sakura didn't listen. Instead, in the moment where she was obscured from Gaara's sight by the explosion of fire, she stepped forward, channeling all the chakra she could muster into her knife. Something flexible wouldn't cut it here, she needed strength, enough strength to cut down a monster, and that kind of power was rigid. Her flowing hail blade doubled and then tripled in length, becoming a crude butcher blade run through with hail and particles of her own blood, and then she swung into the fire with all her might. As Sakura attacked, the fire and smoke was cleared by the rain and wind and Gaara was revealed. He was unharmed, shielded by a thin dome of sand that extended several feet out in every direction. Sasuke's fireball had melted the sand together, turning it to rough glass in places. Gaara was looking in Sakura's direction with an irritated smile. Though he had less than a tenth of a second to react, his sand automatically rose to meet her sword, which she had swung directly at where his head had last been. True to his habit, Gaara hadn't moved an inch. It wasn't enough. Parts of it were brittle and semi-solid, and what was left couldn't turn back a blade that could cut past steel like it was liquid. Sakura's extended knife passed straight through Gaara's infallible defense for the first time that night, cutting an arc of water and ice in the night and straight through Gaara's face. He almost dodged. He was moving even as his defense failed, leaning back to put his face out of range of Sakura's blade and raising his hand. It was a mindless instinctive reflex that saved his life when his sand couldn't. Instead of slicing off the top of Gaara's head, Sakura's extended flowing hail blade cut into the center of Gaara's palm and came out the side, nearly cutting his right hand in half as he raised it. It passed through the bridge of his nose, leaving a deep divot, and carved a path across his forehead before either wound had time to begin bleeding. The blade narrowly missed his left eye, passing over it and through the large red tattoo on his head, the kanji which read love. The kanji was bifurcated, the tattoo obliterated. Gaara fell backwards in an explosion of blood, his face obscured by crimson, and Sakura took another step forward to finish the job, raising her knife over her head. But before she could swing down, something in her shoulder popped, and her vision went white, swimming spots wiping away the world. The messy hole left by Gaara's sand detonated pain throughout her whole body. Her left arm went numb and collapsed, blood running down it in thick streams. It was like it weighed 1,000 tons, dragging her down to the ground. Sakura dash! She heard Sasuke shout from behind her, and then the docks exploded. Golden chakra and sand poured out of Gaara's prone body, and he screamed, long and loud. Sakura thought her ears might burst as she was buffeted by wind and sand and chakra that melted away some of her skin and jacket where it touched her, driven back from Gaara even as she anchored herself to the ground with chakra. Her hail blade was blown away, the wavering lattice of ice and water collapsing under the explosion of chakra. It was just like with Fu, she thought as she struggled to stand her ground, no matter how stupid a decision that was. She'd experienced something just like this when Fu's tailed beast had been released by Itake. The aftermath of her last fight with Gaara flashed across her mind, crystal clear. So when I stabbed him, the tailed beast came out. She needed to have killed him in one hit, and she'd failed. She thought that Gaara would immediately pursue her. He rose up out of the explosion with his face utterly covered in his own blood, thick crimson liquid dripping down and covering the entire front of his body. But to Sakura's shock, his focus was elsewhere. Whips of sand lashed out and wrapped around Baki, lifting him into the air without resistance. Gaara snarled, his teeth covered in blood, and threw out both his hands, clapping them together. His half-severed hand flopped, the muscles too savage to function. "You distracted me," he hissed, and Baki let out a gasp as one of his legs snapped beneath the sand. "That won't happen again." "Wait!" Sakura shouted, not sure why she was speaking up. She raised her knife, trying to summon up her elemental blade again, but Gaara wasn't fazed. The sand constricted, coating Baki from head to toe. As the sand covered his face, Baki suddenly started thrashing and struggling, his expression morphing into abject terror. It was like a switch had been flipped, that he'd suddenly realized his mistake. "Gaara, wait!" he shouted. "That wasn't dash." "Sand coffin," Gaara grunted, and his hands balled into fists. The sand closed with a terrible crunch, and blood began seeping out of it like water from a wrung cloth. Sakura blinked, barely able to believe what she'd just seen. Gaara had just killed his own teacher without a moment of hesitation just for drawing some of his attention. Somehow, she hadn't considered that a real possibility. Even if Baki had clearly feared it, but then why had he done something that could get him killed in the first place? As Sakura's brain stuttered, she heard a distant scream from farther down the dock. It sounded like Ino. Nothing was making sense, so one more scream didn't make much of an impression on her. Gaara's chakra hadn't abated, if anything it was getting more intense, washing over her and crushing her heart in its grasp. She started backing up. Gaara had paused, looking at the crushed remains of his ward. Now that some of the sand had receded, it was clear that Baki had been reduced to an unrecognizable ball of meat and bone. His sister was screaming while Kankuro stood gormlessly at her side. "Sensei!" Tamari's face was bloodless, her eyes wide in fear. Gaara twitched, looking towards her and ignoring Sakura at his back despite her dancing blade. "Shut up!" He roared at her, and she did, staring at him in terror. "Shut up, or you're next." He spun, glaring at Sakura. His face was a mask of blood, his pupilless eyes murderous beneath it. "Anyone who gets in my way, that's what will happen to you. I don't care who you are, everyone's the same when they're dead." He advanced on her, and Sakura spun the chakra in her single remaining blade, the water and ice rotating so quickly the sound of it tore through the air. There was a fantasy in her heart that she now knew would never come to pass, that she could lash out with her little blade and this time, she would cut him down for good. "You're still fine," he muttered. His hand wandered up to the deep wound carved into his face, and he pressed his finger into the place where his tattoo had been, burying them in sticky blood. Sakura thought she might have glimpsed the pallid white of his skull for a moment. Gaara's whole body shuddered, and his voice cracked. "Why are you still fine?" Sakura, who had broken ribs and a messy hole in her shoulder rendering her left arm useless, didn't feel like she was fine. She felt like Baki looked. She retreated as Gaara advanced, back towards Sasuke and Suijutsu. She didn't look away from Gaara, but she ignored him as she spoke. "Where's Haku?" she asked, and the one to answer her was Karen. Sakura hadn't seen her arrive, but it made sense, she must have come with Sasuke. "Coming." The Uzumaki sounded panicked. He and Zabuza were fighting ninja from the hidden mist. That raised a couple important questions for Sakura, but she didn't have time to voice them before Gaara charged on a wave of sand. They were back to their old game, feeling almost familiar now. Gaara advanced, and Sakura retreated. But this time, it was different. As Gaara moved forward, the sand beneath him swelled, pouring out in apparently endless amounts and pushing him up into the air. More and more, until it was obvious what was coming out was chakra-shaped as sand and not the material itself. There was simply too much to be contained even within the oversized gourd. Sakura realized that her sword wouldn't be nearly enough. It had never been enough. She'd shown up to this battle without the means of finishing off her opponent. "Back up!" Sasuke roared as the sand flooded out. "Sakura, get some space." This time, she obeyed the order. With nothing but a 10-foot water blade against the onrushing tide, Sakura turned and ran, pushing herself across the docks as fast as she could as Gaara grew behind her. It was like his initial transformation, but so much bigger and even more unstoppable. A glance back told Sakura that there was nothing she could do to fix this anymore. Gaara was rapidly pushed up into the sky by the tide beneath him, which was forming a distinct body, arms, legs, a huge tail and a rotund torso. Sand cut through with veins of blue blood coursed across the body, like a wave of tattoos. With terrifying speed, a monstrous tanuki was taking shape. "This is it, Sakura Harano," Gaara called from atop its head. He was half melded into its forehead, concealed and shielded by the endless sand. His blood was pouring out and coloring the body of sand around him a deep red, like a new oversized tattoo to replace the one he'd lost. Two blank white eyes opened on either side of him, dwarfing his body. "I may not even notice when you die." "Oh, make up your mind," Sakura screamed back as she ran. "Do you care about killing me or not?" Gaara's answer wasn't the most eloquent, but at least it couldn't be misinterpreted. The tanuki swung at Sakura with a claw 10 times her size. Big, way too big, and way too fast. Sakura couldn't help but laugh. At least the thing that was finally going to kill her literally couldn't be avoided. That meant she'd done her best, right? She swung anyway, just so she wouldn't die without fighting back, and her flowing hail blade cut a satisfying gash into the palm of the hand that was about to crush her. Something crashed into her, not the claw, which would have reduced her to a smear, but a person, from behind. Sakura was actually bowled over from the hit, sent flying to her left as a high-pitched scream passed her. She caught a glimpse of Sasuke in her peripheral vision, hurling himself towards the oncoming claw. There was a point of blinding blue light in his left hand that burned away the rain and sleet and sand that filled the air and left a smear on her vision that stayed behind even after she blinked. "What?" She had time to think before she hit the ground and bounced. "What the hell is that?" There was a crack, and then an explosion so loud that Sakura went deaf for a moment. When she rolled and came to her feet, she didn't understand what she was seeing. The claw was gone. A truncated arm swung past her and Sasuke, missing them completely and smashing the top off a nearby building. Sasuke was on one knee, gripping his right arm as his face twisted up in obvious agony. His cloak was burned away on that side, and his entire arm covered in horrific cracked red skin. He jerked towards her, already moving, Sharingan wildly whirling. "Run!" he shouted, and Sakura did, turning to sprint with him. "Sasuke, what the hell dash?" she started to ask. He shook his head. "No talking," he demanded. "Just run." Sakura wanted to scream at him, to ask why he hadn't led with that, Whatever insane mystery jutsu Sasuke suddenly had that could turn aside the attack of a Baijuya, instead of a fireball that had accomplished nothing except giving her an opening, but she had the feeling that she'd ignored enough of Sasuke's commands for the time being. She put her head down and ran, not daring to look back at the monster behind them. The tailed beast couldn't be ignored, its thunderous steps shook the world as it started chasing after them. Farther along the docks, Sakura could see Ino, Shikamaru, Hinata, and Kurane. They were staring up into the sky in obvious horror. For some reason, Ino was holding on to Shikamaru for support, one leg dragging. Even from a distance, Sakura could tell it was obviously broken. How had Ino broken her leg? Suijutsu. Sasuke barked. Can you slow him down? What? No. Are you crazy? Suijutsu asked with a look of horror. That's a Baijuya. What the fuck do you think I could dash? As Suijutsu was shouting, Sakura heard a pause, like the weather had been forced to slam to a stop. She finally looked back to find that Nuki stopped in its tracks, Gaara gesturing at them from its head. The stump of its hand was pointed at them, the sand of the wrist violently wriggling. Sand shotgun. Huge pellets of sand exploded out of the stump at supersonic speed and tore what was left of the docks to shreds. The attack wasn't directed or accurate in any way, it simply blasted everything in front of Gaara with indiscriminate power, punching person-sized holes in the concrete and many of the buildings that lined the docks. By this point, many of them were emptied out, their occupants having fled, but Sakura could still hear screams as part of Fukamai City was smashed to pieces. Sakura barely avoided a pellet, but a near miss still picked her up and threw her with the force of its impact. She saw Sasuke dance through the volley, his Sharingan keeping him safe, but couldn't track Karen and Suijutsu in the chaos. When she slammed to the ground, her shoulder blinded her again and she lost track of where she was. Still alive. Gaara screamed down. Sakura started running again, determined to put one foot ahead of the other. She couldn't see the Leaf team ahead of her anymore, they'd either been blown away, or taken cover. It was impossible to track anything in the chaos. She had to get away from everyone else, she thought. Gaara was focused on her, he'd chase her. She had to draw him as far away from everything as possible. Right now, she was running west. That would work, it would bring him out to sea. Out there, she could. You could do what? Die alone. When she looked back again, she could see that the tailed beast was swarming with dozens of Narutos, clambering over it and trying to reach Gaara. Naruto was still alive, and still fighting despite the impossible odds. He must have retreated and fixed his ankle. It was slowing Gaara down a little, but it wouldn't be enough. The clones were dying so fast that by the time Sakura noticed them most of them were gone, pierced, or consumed by the sand they ran across. None of them left behind a body, and Gaara raged and swung wildly as they attacked him from every angle. One of his attacks stirred up a solid wall of wind, it shot off south into the city, knocking down everything in its path. Think. A building collapsed, another. Sakura's head was going to split open. What could she do? Could she fight back? She had to reach his real body, all the way up on the head, an impossible journey away. Her sword could hurt him, even if all she had left was her knife. She had to reach the real him. Wow, a calm voice said from her right. This seems pretty bad. Sakura looked over in disbelief and found Haku at her side. His face had a small smear of blood and his normally perfect hair was frazzled, but he looked perfectly fine otherwise. He smiled at her, and she thought she might cry. There was a lot she felt she needed to say. I'm glad you're okay, I'm sorry, how'd you find me in all this? What came out was much more direct. I need to get to his head, Sakura said, and the absolute hatred that filled her voice surprised even her. Haku looked her over with an obvious appraisal, eyes lingering on her shoulder. I don't think that's a good idea, he said, and Sakura flinched. We have to stop him. At that, Haku nodded. We will, he said, stepping forward and placing his hand on Sakura's. She stiffened, and he smiled. Master Zabuza is already on it. But for now, we should get you out of here. Far behind them, Gaara was raging. There was an explosion of chakra that hollowed Sakura out, and she twisted to see a tsunami of sand rolling out in every direction from Gaara, leveling what was left of the docks and bringing down even more nearby buildings. Haku stepped in front of her, still holding Sakura's hand as he made a trio of signs with his free hand and stomped down hard enough to crack the concrete beneath his feet. All of the condensation in the air and on the ground solidified, drawing up around them in a ridiculously thick dome of ice. Sakura could see her breath as the sand rolled over the dome, encasing them completely, and began to constrict. The ice cracked, but Haku breathed out a cloud of steam and the dome held, standing up to the unbelievable pressure of Gaara's attack. "My," Haku muttered. "He has even less control than last time." "He killed his teacher," Sakura said, wondering if she was going to pass out. Numbing pain was radiating throughout her whole body. "I think that let go. Only a true idiot could believe something like that wouldn't just put more chains on you," Haku said with uncharacteristic disgust. "So I guess he would." He made more single-handed signs and the dome of ice began expanding, freezing the sand as golden chakra fled from its cold embrace. But they were still trapped. Sakura grit her teeth. "We can't reach him like this," she growled. Haku grinned. "We can't," he said, and then grimaced as the pressure of the sand obviously increased, more of the ice cracking. The dome buckled. "But we don't have to. We just have to keep his attention." More cracking, and Haku sank to his knees as the pressure of Gaara's sand became obviously unbearable. Sakura was dragged down with him as the dome shrunk, compressing around them. "And he obviously very much wants you dead." They waited like that, Sakura feeling her heart beat faster and faster as the clear ice made it obvious how much closer to death they got every second. The sand pressed in remorselessly, eager to smash them to paste, and she found herself squeezing Haku's hand in a death grip. "Haku," she said, her voice rasping, and Haku glanced at her with curious, beautiful eyes. "I don't know if I ever." Before Sakura could understand what she was about to say, she was interrupted by a scream. Gaara had been screaming a lot that night, and so Sakura knew the sound intimately. But this scream wasn't like any of the others she'd been assaulted by. This was a scream of agony, a sound he hadn't even let out when she'd scored his skull with her blade. It was so loud that it penetrated the distance, the wind, the rain and snow, the sand and ice surrounding them, and set all of Sakura's hair standing on end as she crouched there clutching Haku's hand. "Ah," Haku said, just as mild as when he'd arrived. The sand around their dome of ice began to withdraw, slipping away as the energy animating it retreated. "I think Master Zabuza made it." ####. Hinata watched with wide eyes as Gaara's arm fell through the darkness of the night. It hit the top of the Baijuyo's head, bounced, rolled, and tumbled off towards the ground, turning hand over stump and leaving behind a trail of dark blood that was washed away by the horizontal rain before it could follow its origin. The blow should have been fatal. The shinobi from Rain, Zabuza Mamakai, had leapt from a collapsing building as Gaara had knocked it over, the rain and debris and his near-total suppression of his chakra hiding him completely from Gaara as he approached. The man was soaked in blood from head to toe, so much even the rain hadn't managed to wash it off. He'd swung one of the legendary swords of the mist at Gaara's head like a human guillotine, determined to strike it off in a single sudden attack. Gaara couldn't have reacted, but something had alerted him at the last second. Hinata was sure it was the sand that filled the air around him, suffused with his own chakra. It had functioned as a radar, telling him that imminent death was approaching as Zabuza had swung his man-sized sword. Gaara had raised his uninjured arm, coated it in several feet of steel-hard sand as a shield. All that, and Zabuza's blade had hammered right through it, severing the limb at the elbow and spilling even more of Gaara's blood across his summoned Baijuyo. Gaara was screaming as Zabuza began to take another swing, but the man was forced to retreat as the sand of the Baijuyo blasted out as blades and shuriken, forcing him off its nose. The scream was so loud it made it all the way to the Leaf team's position hundreds of feet away from the fight, rattling their bones as Hinata unblinkingly observed. Then, the Baijuyo turned tail and ran. "He's retreating," Hinata said. It was like she was talking from the bottom of an immeasurably dark and deep well. Using her Byakugan at all right now was stupid, but she felt compelled to watch. She'd helped cause this in some small way, and now she couldn't turn away. Zabuza Mamakai cut off his arm. His real arm. Shikamaru asked as he finished securing Ino's leg. Hinata nodded. Geez. I can't believe anyone managed to reach him. Zabuza is pursuing him, Hinata said, her voice still distant as she watched Gaara flee to the east, bulldozing everything in his way with deceptive speed as the swordsman ran after him. He wants to finish him off. That was more than obvious to her. Now that the attempted killing blow had been struck, Zabuza's chakra had ricocheted from utter silence to a deafening, murderous screech. It was rising up around him, wreathing his shoulders in crimson energy and screaming his intent to the heavens with the snarling face of a bloodthirsty monster. Hinata was sure it would be faintly visible to ordinary eyes, but to the Byakugan it was painfully bright. One demon was chasing down another, and Hinata found pleasure in the justice of it. What about everyone else? Ino asked with a hiss. Her leg had been shattered by the psychic feedback of Gaara's attack on his teacher. Ino had managed to withdraw before Baki had been crushed, but that hadn't been enough to escape the initial injury. They'd never dreamed that Gaara would actually kill his teacher, it just hadn't been within their frame of reference. If they'd thought it had been a possibility, Ino never would have attempted the possession, never tried to make Gaara back down with someone else's authority. But she hadn't, and now Baki was dead, and she'd barely said a word since returning to her damaged body. Sakura and Haku are closest, Hinata said, gesturing to the north. Her team had retreated off the docks to take shelter from Gaara's insanity, and that put almost everyone closer to the sea than them. Sakura is badly injured, but Haku is fine. Beyond them, Suijutsu has been buried, but he seems okay. He's still moving, anyway. Karen ran into the city. I lost track of her. Naruto's in the sea, pretty hurt as well, but he's using medical jutsu on himself. Sasuke. Hinata's throat closed as she looked at Sasuke. He'd fled into the sea as well, following Naruto's example to avoid Gaara's final wave of sand that had turned the northwestern side of Fukumai City into a desert. But where Naruto could heal himself, Sasuke had no choice but to endure as he waited below the waves, unsure of whether it was safe to surface. He was badly burned across his entire right side, the result of an unknown lightning jutsu, and had nasty bruises and lacerations from Gaara's sand and wind. His arm hung limply as he stared up through the salt water at the night sky, waiting for his powerful intuition to tell him it was time to move. The sight of Sasuke having no choice but to wait and survive put Hinata's heart in a vice. She took a deep breath, trying to recenter herself as the night threatened to bury her alive. He's hiding in the sea. I think he'll be okay. Good, Kurane rasped. Her sensei was on her feet now, but leaning against a nearby wall in obvious pain. Listen, all of you, if Mamakai kills that little bastard, none of us saw a thing, you understand. She took a shuddering breath, the rapidly formed scar tissue on her throat straining. I don't care what Sand says, or who asks. That kid deserves everything that's coming to him. Hinata, Shikamaru, and Ino all nodded in agreement. The decision was unquestioned among them, and by Hinata especially. Even if her range had been reduced to about 1,000 feet, she could see in all too much detail the consequences of Gaara's rampage. Hundreds were dead, and thousands more injured. Fukumai City had had a chunk torn out of it. It was the kind of nightmare that made people the world over hate and fear shinobi, but Hinata had never had a chance to witness something like it firsthand. Gaara's siblings were following him. The both of them were chasing after the retreating tailed beast, leaving the crushed and buried remains of their teacher behind. Hinata didn't know what they thought they could accomplish. If Zabuza turned around he would probably cut down both of them before they could realize it had happened. However, the man seemed content to pursue Gaara and ignore any hanger-ons. He was reaching the edge of Hinata's vision, but she could still see just how focused he was. They're out of my range, Hinata said after another couple seconds, allowing her Byakugan to recede. She was lying on the ground once more, staring up into the sky and being blinded by the rain. Her body was empty now, all out of chakra, and almost out of the will to continue. Her forehead burned, the phantom pain of a seal she hadn't been branded with because her father had been born first. I can't see anymore. You've watched more than enough, Kurane said, limping to her side and offering a hand. Hinata stared, pondering if she really wanted to get up or not, and took her sensei's hand after 2 or 3 seconds. Kurane hauled her to her feet and Hinata stumbled, nearly falling before she was caught by both Kurenai and Shikamaru. "He's shrinking," Ino noted, and Hinata looked to the north to see that it was true. The monstrous Baijuyo Gaara had summoned was gradually getting smaller and smaller, and not just from the distance. The sand was falling away, the beast diminishing. It went from taller than all the buildings around it by several stories to the same size as them in just 10 seconds as it kept rushing northeast. "Yeah," Shikamaru agreed. "Maybe he can't keep it up when he's that hurt." Sakura landed a pretty nasty hit too. "He might be bleeding out." His face hardened. "Though." "What?" Kurenai asked, and Shikamaru cocked his head. "I don't think he's just mindlessly retreating," he said after a moment. "He's headed for the Great Channel Bridge." They digested that supposition in silence, and Hinata shivered. She wasn't sure if it was from the cold or her exhaustion. "We need to keep an eye on him," Kurenai declared. "Hinata, if you can't do it, I'll go. We have to confirm when he dies, at the very least." Was it just that, or was there something else? Hinata was too tired to put the potential pieces together, but as she lowered her head, feeling the flow of chakra behind her head, she slowly nodded. "I can do it," she said. "I'll need a soldier pill." Sakura had a few. "I bet she'll let us borrow one." It slipped out as natural as anything else. Kurenai nodded, Hinata thought, because they'd been working together, so sharing resources made sense even if they were from different villages. But when Ino glanced at her, she knew the two of them were thinking the same thing. Sakura would definitely let them borrow one, because Sakura was still a shinobi of the leaf, and she had the Hokage mark to prove it. They moved out slowly, though they were going as fast as they could. With both Kurenai and Ino having a broken leg and Hinata's existing injuries, there wasn't much they could do to set a pace appropriate for shinobi. Still, Sakura and Haku weren't too far away, and they were staying put. They both were waiting in the center of a circle of mud, sand made damp by the ice Haku had gathered, and Sakura waved as they approached over the thin artificial desert Gaara had created. "Hey!" she shouted out. Shikamaru lazily waved back. "You guys are okay?" "Barely," Shikamaru groused as he helped Ino along, her arm slung over his shoulder. They joined up, Sakura and Haku obviously appraising them. Sakura looked awful, the left side of her body was soaked in blood, and her arm hung limp, but judging from the way she and Haku were looking at Hinata she probably looked just as bad. "We need a soldier pill for Hinata. Kurenai-sensei wants to track Gaara." "He won't get far," Haku said. As he did, Sakura started weakly rummaging through one of her hip packs, her fingers fumbling over unseen tools. "Master Zabuza is after him, and he's never let someone get away." It sounded cocky, but Zabuza had cut off Gaara's arm, so there was clearly some truth to his ability. Sakura finished searching and pulled out 2 pills clutched between her middle, index, and ring fingers. They were both bright blue, a color Hinata hadn't seen in Konoha before. "Does anyone else want one?" Sakura asked, breathing heavily, and everyone shook their heads. "Okay, one for me too then. I thought I..." She paused, laughed. "Well, you know." She handed Hinata hers, and they ate them together. Soldier pills never tasted good, but this one had the taste and texture of rotten blueberries. Hinata struggled to get it down, and though she knew it was partially a placebo effect the second it hit her stomach she felt a burning energy race throughout her body, so much it made her shake and jitter with excess adrenaline. She could see the same effect in Sakura, the girl shivering as she clutched her bloodied arm to her side. "Sorry," Sakura said between chattering teeth. "Little strong." "It's all right," Hinata said, feeling a giggle worm its way up from her chest. Now that she wasn't running on empty it was easier to find something like that funny. She brought her hands up, trying to activate the Byakugan once again, and her body burned. Little too early. She let her hands drop, looking to the north. "We should get closer," she decided. "It'll be easier for me to observe then, at least." "Are Naruto and Sasuke okay? And Suijutsu and Karen?" Sakura asked, and Hinata nodded. "They're in the sea. Suijutsu is around here somewhere, and Karen ran into the city. I don't know where they are now," she said apologetically. "I'll come with you then," Sakura decided. We'll find them once Gaara is dead. We'll stay here then, Shikamaru said, looking incredibly unenthusiastic about looking after a grand total of 2 broken legs. We will be back soon, Haku said serenely. It shouldn't take long. Hinata, Sakura, and Haku set off through the devastated city, heading for the Great Channel Bridge and keeping an eye out for Sasuke and Naruto. They had probably come in from the sea by now, Hinata thought, but without her Byakugan she couldn't pick them out. What had been the docks of Fukumai City were now a desert strewn with shattered buildings and corpses. It didn't affect her as much as Hinata thought it should have. Maybe there had already been too much in the night, especially with her clansmen, for more death to make a strong impression. She wondered about the shinobi from Grass. Hinata hadn't seen her among the bodies. Had the woman gotten away in the end? She turned to ask Sakura and found her walking forward mindlessly, her eyes flicking from one corpse to another in the seemingly endless plain of destruction Gaara had left behind. Sakura. Sakura took a deep breath. Yeah. Are we close enough? She looked up into the night sky. I can't hear anything, or see him. Do you think the Baijuyu is gone? It looked like he was shrinking when he ran. I'll try, Hinata said, and she did. Like she was a child again, she ran through several hand signs to help channel her chakra, and activated her Byakugan once more. It hurt, like something in her head was straining, about to tear, but as she focused the burning feeling receded. The world opened up, spreading in every direction. More sand, more corpses, the trail continuing north. Gaara had run people down in the streets as he'd fled towards the bridge, and it was in its massive shadow that Zabuza had finally caught him. Hinata was about 1,500 feet away from the fight. It was beneath the bridge that 2 demons were raging at each other. Even Hinata's essential omniscience couldn't give the clash the clarity she was used to. Gaara's chakra stormed with sand and golden energy, and Zabuza's matched it with crimson malice and thick mist that obscured the entire area from sight. Hinata could only catch glimpses of the battle. Zabuza was accompanied by clones, perhaps a half-dozen, all made of water and fragile for it, but Gaara was alone and badly injured. He had made his final stand in no particular place, standing atop the heavy current that rushed beneath the bridge and sweeping his sand around in titanic attacks that could easily capsize and crush a ship. Zabuza was constantly attacking, rushing in and retreating alongside his clones as the sand formed deadly walls and lashed out in whips and blades, looking for the opportunity he would need to end Gaara's life. It was a dangerous endeavor, but the mist kept him relatively safe. It concealed him from Gaara's sight and blunted the counter-attacks. With only his automatic defense to rely on, Gaara was withdrawing inward, seeming to become smaller as he curled up in anticipation of the strike that would end his life. He was terrified and enraged, and yet Hinata didn't have a drop of pity for him. But as she watched, 2 things became apparent to her. The first was that Gaara's sand extended out beyond the mist, rushing down below him and into the seabed. There, it had joined a huge amount of sand that was already present, thick and resonant with Gaara's golden chakra. When Hinata saw the saturated seabed, she had a horrifying epiphany. Gaara had in fact been retreating towards the bridge on purpose. He must have spent the last few days preparing the sand beneath the waves there, filling it with his chakra and making it his own. But to Hinata's confusion, despite having such an incredible trump card just beneath his feet, Gaara was keeping his massed sand in reserve. There was enough that it could simply rush up and overwhelm Zabuza, but it stayed there beneath the water. That was probably because Zabuza's mist made even a massive attack untenable. Gaara barely knew where his opponent was, and if he revealed the sand too soon, Zabuza would probably be able to avoid it and strike him down regardless. The second thing that became obvious to Hinata was that Gaara's siblings were preparing to intervene. About 2,000 feet away from Hinata herself, far away from the bridge and the coast and standing upon the water, they were both removing their weapons from their backs, a puppet, and a tremendous war fan. How they thought they could make a contribution to a fight of this magnitude, Hinata didn't know, but the fact they were considering coming to their brother's aid even after what he had done made her want to vomit. Is he dead yet? Sakura asked. Hinata shook her head. Zabuza's still fighting. They're both beneath the bridge, everything is covered in mist. I can barely see a thing. She frowned. But I think Temari and Kankuro are about to try something. They're getting ready to dash. As Hinata spoke, Tamari swung her fan and produced a hurricane headed right for the bridge. It traveled faster than the speed of sound, tore the ocean in front of it into a flurry of white, and blew away Zabuza's mist jutsu in an instant. Oh no! Hinata stared in horror as Zabuza was revealed, and Gaara immediately struck upwards with his massed sand. Most of Zabuza's clones died in an instant, and the real one only barely avoided being impaled as spears of sand the size of a person pierced up through the waves. She started running, her legs screaming. "We have to go," she said, turning back to yell before she realized that Sakura and Haku were already in front of her. Even with Sakura's injuries, the soldier pill was pushing her far past the point of exhaustion. Hinata found that she couldn't keep up, so she resolved to shout after them. The mist was blown away. She screamed as Sakura and Haku pulled farther and farther ahead. "He has more sand, from the sea. We'll finish him," Sakura shouted back. "Stay back, Hinata. You've done enough." Hinata's legs were failing under her. Even with the soldier pill, there was something Sakura had that she just didn't. Maybe it was the poison, or her dead clansman, or the half-healed hole in her side, or something else entirely, but she found herself watching Sakura's back as she raced towards a final confrontation with Gaara. "Watch my back." "I couldn't," Hinata thought. "Not long enough for it to count." "Please, Sakura. Kill that monster. I think you're the only one who can." Hashtag hashtag hashtag. As Hinata fell behind, Sakura felt weightless. She and Haku ran side by side, and even though one of Sakura's arms was useless, she felt invincible with Haku there. She would have preferred it to be Sasuke or Naruto, but right now Haku was enough. He was strong and sure, and he would help her kill Gaara without hesitating. The devastated streets of the city passed them by in a blur, and Sakura readied her knife. They might have to fight Gaara's siblings as well, but that was fine. If they were helping him even after he'd done all this, they deserved to die too anyway. It was like her mind was becoming a knife of its own, sharp, and solely devoted to murder. When they passed the bridge and started to make their way below it, running across the choppy sea, there was a crack. Sakura looked around, unable to locate where the sound had come from. It was like it had come from all around her, a low groan that swept over the whole world. Without being able to locate the source, her knife mind discarded it. Another turn, and Zabuza and Gaara were in sight. Gaara was hurt, bleeding, on the edge of defeat. Zabuza was too. He had a gash in his side and his face was covered in his own blood, but he was still pushing on. As Sakura and Haku arrived, he threw his sword up, making a series of hand signs and slamming his palm into the ocean. Gaara was assailed from all sides by multiple water dragons that smashed his defenses to pieces, and then Zabuza grabbed his blade out of the air and leapt forward into an overhead strike that would split just about anyone in half. But Gaara wasn't done. He drew up the sand that Hinata had mentioned, a sheer wall several feet thick, and turned Zabuza's fatal attack back, nearly taking the man's arms in the process. Even with one arm severed and his other hand rendered useless, he was still unbelievably dangerous. He jerked like an animal with rabies as he saw Haku and Sakura arrive, his lips curling back from his teeth in a hungry sneer. "Again," he muttered, the blood from the cut on his forehead still flowing freely and almost obscuring his eyes. "You're here again." Gaara's smile got wider. "Finally." The Jinchuriki drew down as Haku and Sakura hurled themselves forward without a word, Sakura stabbing forward with her flowing hail blade and Haku hurling a brace of needles as Ice turned one of his arms into a blade and spread across the sea towards Gaara with obvious malice. Zabuza, sensing the opportunity had arrived, launched forward as well, a three-pronged assault that even Gaara's perfect defense couldn't turn back. There was another crack. Louder. So loud Sakura glanced up, even though looking away from Gaara could be suicide. When she did, as if out of mocking consideration, time froze. In that frozen time, Sakura realized that she had been baited by her need to finish Gaara off. That by turning her mind into a knife, she had blinded herself to other considerations. Important ones, considerations like, why was Gaara in Wave in the first place? For what purpose had he masked the sand Hinata had been talking about, something which had obviously taken time and deliberation? Did he still have one last push in him, the same way Sakura did, soldier pill or not? A shinobi was supposed to be more than a mindless weapon, but Sakura, in her righteous lust for revenge, had forgotten that. As Sakura experienced all those thoughts that she'd forestalled simultaneously, she watched the Great Channel Bridge buckle and collapse right on top of her. It was a controlled demolition. Sand had carved out the foundations of the huge bridge, worked itself into the cracks of the concrete, and suffused the breakpoints of the structure. Sakura was pretty sure Gaara wasn't an architect, but he certainly had a talent for destruction, and he'd had days to work his magic on the bridge. It collapsed inward instead of outward, hundreds of thousands of tons of steel, rebar, and concrete coming down all at once as the bridge twisted and shattered like a huge living creature with a scream to match. People fell too, several dozen, midnight travelers who had already been on the bridge when the carnage in the city had started and had either been fleeing towards the coast or moving towards the city, just trying to get somewhere less exposed. Rubble rained down on Haku, Sakura, and Zabuza as they attacked Gaara together. A dome of sand came up around him, but both Sakura and Zabuza's blade penetrated it as Haku's ice covered everything else. Sakura felt her blade hit home, sinking into something, but Gaara didn't scream. Some of the sand around her blade crumbled away, and she twisted it and yanked it out. It carried blood with it, and Sakura glimpsed the inside of the dome through the hole she'd made. It was utter darkness within except for a single glowing yellow eye, wreathed in blood. She didn't know where she'd stabbed him, but Gaara still wasn't dead. As the bridge collapsed on top of the both of them, Sakura had a moment of connection with Gaara, staring at his glowing eye in the darkness and breathing out as she realized that it was very likely she was about to die. She heard his voice with dreadful clarity, as if he was whispering in her ear. "Sakura Harano." He sounded happy. "I hope you know this is all your fault." Then the bridge crashed down and obliterated all senses. Something hit Sakura in her injured shoulder, and the world was erased by white. The sound defied description. So did the pain. Sakura wasn't sure if she passed out or not, but she had the sensation of movement, agony, close calls. A country's hopes and dreams smashed down on top of her. But Sakura didn't die. When Sakura regained consciousness, Haku was standing over her, blood streaming from a horribly deep cut in the boy's head. He was staring back at something, and Sakura raised her head, in so much pain that even that small movement nearly knocked her out once more. Haku had dragged her to the shore. The Great Channel Bridge was gone, even its foundations crumbling and barely sticking up out of the water. Where it had stood, there was a cairn of concrete and steel protruding up out of the sea, a ziggurat formed of destruction. Neither Gaara or Zabuza were anywhere to be seen. "Haku!" Sakura croaked. He was holding her uninjured hand again, she realized, so tightly that the bones creaked. His whole body was shaking. "Master Zabuza pushed me out of the way," he said faintly. "He pushed me onto you. And I." Blood dripped from his face onto his cloak, smearing the symbol of the Akatsuki. "Where is he?" Sakura said, the weakness of her voice terrifying her. The way Haku's grip on her hand tightened even more told Sakura all she needed to know. Zabuza had been buried at sea. "His brother and sister," Haku said, his voice faint. "I'm going to kill them." He staggered forward, but Sakura clutched his hand in a death grip. She wasn't sure if it was because she was terrified of being left alone, or because of what came out of her mouth. "Don't," she whispered. "Haku, don't." He looked back at her with empty eyes. "They're still ninjas of the hidden sand," Sakura said, knowing she was on the edge of passing out once more and desperate to get everything out. Gaara was one thing, but... She swallowed, even that unconscious response unbelievably difficult. Just a minute ago, she had wanted to murder them as well, but now, the idea was obviously stupid. Rushing ahead had caused this in the first place. "We've already lost too much. Please, don't go." Sakura didn't get to see if Haku listened to her. Speaking was all she could have managed. As soon as the words slipped out, she fell back into infinite darkness and left the ravaged land of waves behind. Obito Sensei Chapter 51. Who can you save? It felt to Naruto like he staggered around looking for his team for a couple hours, but in reality it likely was 10 minutes at the most. When he pulled himself out of the freezing ocean and scrambled onto the new beach Gaara had turned the docks into, he looked around and found no one nearby. His body was practically paralyzed between his exhaustion and lack of chakra, but practically was good enough for him to slowly make his way east in search of other shinobi. About halfway through his wandering, the Great Channel Bridge collapsed in the distance. Naruto watched it without comprehension as the lights lining its lengths exploded into darkness one by one, and the massive shadow shattered and crumbled into the sea with a sound so loud and low that he could feel it in his bones. His leg was twisted and sprained, and though his arm had been hastily patched up, the hole Gaara had torn in it still burned fiercely. That was all that kept Naruto from sprinting to the bridge. He had to settle for a pathetic limp as he crossed a desert full of death that had once been a stretch of residential buildings. The whole time, he was wondering what he could have done better. There must have been something that could have kept this from happening, right? He'd fought a Baijuyu and it looked like he'd lived to tell the tale, but living wasn't enough. If he'd wanted to prevent this, he would have had to win. He didn't find anyone who was still alive in his 10 minutes of searching, but eventually Sasuke found him. Hey! Naruto's head jerked back, and he found Sasuke approaching from behind him. They were in the center of what had once been an apartment block, but now it was just a land of dust and corpses, with a cloud of debris thrown up which refused to be driven away by the rain and sleet and reduced visibility to less than 100 feet. Sasuke skirted around a body that lay face down in the dirt as he approached, his face stuck in a permanent grimace. Naruto? Is that you? Are you okay? Naruto considered, took in the numbness that suffused his entire body, and then shook his head. Nope, he said, feeling like his throat would crack open. I don't think I am. Yeah, that sounds right, Sasuke muttered as he reached him. Naruto's eyes were drawn down to his friend's right arm. The entire limb was red and black, like meat that had been left on a fire for hours. The fingers were barely intact, and it sagged. There was no muscle tension in it whatsoever. Sasuke held it limp at his side, but Naruto could see that even tiny movements of his torso was causing Sasuke incredible pain. It was amazing he was even able to move. Have you found anyone else? Sasuke said, pointedly ignoring his own useless limb. Naruto couldn't look away. Could he fix that? Could anyone? No. He could barely get the word out. I don't know where Sakura went, or anyone else. It looks like Gaara, well, you can see. Okay, Sasuke said. He took a deep breath, wavering as if he were about to fall over before he caught himself. Okay, he said, and this time it was in a Jonin's voice. We've gotta find Karen or Hinata first. They can track down everyone else for us. I think Karen was fine. I saw her heading south last, away from Gaara, but that was a while ago. I think we should go for the bridge, Naruto muttered. Sasuke glanced at him. It fell. There must have been a reason. Sasuke hesitated, and then nodded. Yeah, he agreed. Bridge first. Maybe others will have gone there too. They started heading north, and Naruto could see Sasuke giving him worried looks as they went. Did he really look that bad, he wondered? Surely Sasuke looked worse. At least Naruto's bum arm still had skin. What was the last thing you saw? Sasuke eventually asked. Naruto shrugged. I didn't see much. I got tossed into the ocean, that's how my leg got messed up, he said, gesturing to his dragging foot. But one of my clones lasted a while longer. Zabuza showed up after Gaara went crazy, and I'm pretty sure he cut something off him. Maybe his arm. After that, he started running, and my clone ran out of chakra and couldn't follow him. I got out of the water just a little bit after that. Couldn't find anyone, went to where I saw Sakura last first. He sucked in a breath. We're gonna get him for this, right Sasuke? If he's still alive, Sasuke confirmed. Zabuza's a bastard, but he's a strong one. He might have chased Gaara down and finished him. Good, Naruto muttered. Let's hope. Hey. Both their heads snapped up at the yell, which had come from atop a particularly large mound of sand about 40 feet away. Shikamaru Nara was up there, waving with both arms. He seemed untouched by the world, and Naruto instantly felt odd seeing him so whole. Naruto, Sasuke. Still alive. Naruto got a glimpse of Sasuke's Sharingan, but it faded as soon as it appeared. Because Sasuke was too exhausted to keep it up, or because he'd confirmed that Shikamaru was real. Naruto was sure it was both. Close enough. Sasuke yelled, trudging up towards Shikamaru as Naruto trailed after him. Do you know where everyone else is? I've got them, yeah, Shikamaru said as they crested the mound. Naruto wondered if there was more than rubble and sand under it. But, Sasuke. I think Zabuza Momokai is dead. What? Sasuke asked. Naruto couldn't feel anything, not even surprise or anger. If Gaara had killed Zabuza, he was just another person among hundreds or maybe thousands. But, is Sakura okay? He rasped, and Shikamaru gave him a double take and then gestured for the both of them to follow him. He talked as they descended the ridge, still heading towards the ruined bridge. She's alive, he said, which was uncomfortably vague. Hinata was leading her and Haku after Zabuza and Gaara, but she collapsed, even with a soldier pill. I think that poison did a number on her, even with your help, Naruto. I don't know what happened after that, but Haku made it sound like the bridge fell on top of all of them. Gaara and Zabuza were both buried, and Haku dragged Sakura out of there. He sighed. She's really messed up, Naruto. Do you think you can still use any medical jutsu? Naruto knew the honest answer was no. He'd been beaten to the edge of death several times over the course of the night, and had only been able to fix up the most critical injuries. He'd made over 100 shadow clones, splitting his chakra countless times, and was still covered in dozens of cuts and bruises that stung like razors being dragged across his skin, not to mention his messed up leg and barely working arm. It's Sakura, he said without hesitation. I'll fix her up no matter what. Pfft. Shikamaru couldn't hold back a grin. You'll follow her anywhere, huh? Naruto didn't have anything to say to that, and Sasuke seemed busy processing what Shikamaru had said, so they went the rest of the way without exchanging anything of consequence. They arrived at a hollowed-out building that looked to have once been a hotel and found Kurane, Hinata, Ino, Suijutsu, Haku, and Sakura inside the wrecked lobby. Karen was still nowhere to be seen. No one there looked particularly good. Kurane and Ino were both laid out with obviously broken legs on a couch that had been dragged to the center of the lobby. Suijutsu and Hinata were both unresponsive and pale, barely conscious, and exhausted beyond belief. Haku and Sakura were at the center of the group, Sakura lying on the ground and Haku at her side, his hand squeezing hers. Naruto looked over everyone and found himself subconsciously categorizing them. At least his medic brain still worked. Everyone except Sakura was exhausted, but not critical. They didn't necessarily need medical jutsu, just time and rest. But Sakura. There was a hole in her shoulder. It would be a miracle if the joint was intact. Her bicep was shredded and coated in blood, and her neck and back had been torn up. That was the most dramatic injury, but her whole body was covered in cuts besides that, and there was a particularly nasty gash on her head just behind her ear that was still sluggishly bleeding. If Naruto had to guess, it had probably been caused by falling debris. Haku looked up at him, his eyes empty. He didn't seem to realize Sakura's hand was still in his. Zabuza saved me, so I saved her, he said. His normally beautiful and measured voice had no life to it. But I couldn't. Naruto ignored him, falling down at Sakura's side with a painful thump and checking her pulse. It was fast and thready, her heart beating rapidly even though she was unconscious. Upon closer inspection, he could see that Haku had frozen many of Sakura's wounds shut, not enough to push her into shock, thankfully, but at least enough to keep her from bleeding out. It was probably the only reason her shoulder wound hadn't killed her yet. Why didn't you bandage her instead? He asked, running flickering yellow chakra across Sakura's entire body and diagnosing her other injuries. Broken ribs, but not punctured organs by some miracle. She had to be the most stubborn person alive to still be breathing despite having a bridge dropped on her after she'd already fought Gaara beyond the edge of her endurance. Shikamaru shrugged. We went looking for you instead. We figured that if you or another medical ninja wasn't around. Naruto swallowed. He hated to think about it, but Shikamaru was right. Sakura was past the point where mundane medicine could save her. Maybe if there was a modern hospital in Fukumai City, they could take her there, but those places were probably already full of wounded people. What would they do then? Push out someone else who needed help? It had to be him. He focused, drawing out his chakra and trying to do the same for Sakura's. They were both empty. His energy cut out and Naruto sagged, his hand sinking into Sakura's stomach. "Naruto?" Sasuke asked, and he let out a ragged breath, trying again. He had to dig as deep as he could, past the point of no return if he needed to. The alternative was unthinkable. His chakra came out again, dancing across Sakura's shoulder, and Naruto felt an irreplaceable part of himself start to drain away with it. "We've got to get going," Sasuke said, and Naruto looked up at him sharply. "We can't afford to do this here." "We can't move her," Naruto said in a low voice. "She's too hurt." "Just do the best you can then," Sasuke said. "We have to leave immediately." "What the fuck are you talking about?" Naruto muttered. "Gaara may still be alive," Kurane cut in. "Hinata can't verify one way or another, and your sensor is still missing. If he is, he might come for her. And besides that, most of Wave's hired shinobi died, but the ones that survived probably saw that he went mad because of Sakura." "He went mad because he's crazy," Naruto said. His voice was cold, his whole body was cold. All his warmth was pouring into Sakura, but it wasn't enough to fix her, only keep her alive. "Of course. But they'll still be looking for someone to blame. If you are all unlucky, it could fall equally on sand and rain." Kurane shifted, obviously uncomfortable, and closed her eyes. "That would be even more unjust than what's already happened here." "She's right, Naruto," Sasuke said. "We did our best, and we accomplished the mission." He swallowed, looking like he wanted to throw the words up. "There's not much more we can do here." "I could help," Naruto muttered. "We'll look guilty if we run, and I could help. There's a lot of dead people, but I bet even more are hurt." "I could." "Do what?" Shikamaru cut in with a harsh tone. "You're barely able to fix up Sakura right now, let alone the rest of us. What, do you think you could make a difference like you are now?" He was pacing, and Naruto was sure he was keenly aware he was the only one of them that wasn't badly injured now. "I'd have to try," Naruto declared, half dead and moving steadily towards full as he did his best to stabilize Sakura, and Shikamaru snorted. "Who can you save?" he asked. Naruto twitched. "Seriously? I'm not trying to be mean, Naruto. Just think about it. Right now, you can barely manage one person. Sasuke's arm will need help too. Beyond that." His face fell. "I don't think you can go beyond that. You're a medic. You should know this." Naruto did, but he couldn't accept it. His head dropped, the edges of the world going dark. "Who can I save?" The answer was obvious. He could save Sakura, and that would be it. After that, he'd be done. But he was okay with that. There was a commotion, people moving to shield him, and he glanced over as his vision started to flicker. There was a dash of red in the entry to the lobby. "Didonti." He recognized the voice, Karen had finally found them. She stepped into the lobby shivering, rubbing violently at her arms as though she were freezing to death. "Naruto, don't. You don't have enough." "Karen." Sasuke, sounding like he was miles away. "Looks like you're alright." I'm not." Naruto's head was too heavy to lift. "That feeling, all this. I couldn't handle it. I ran away. I'm sorry." "Well, you're here now. Sakura's gonna die without help." Sasuke was starting to sound frustrated. "Naruto will too if he keeps going." Karen, on the other hand, sounded sure again. "But I can help." She staggered forward. "Listen, Gaara's run away, him and his siblings. That's the only reason I was able to come this way. I'm so sorry, but I can actually do something now." She sank down across from Naruto, on the other side of Sakura, and he was just barely able to look up at her. "He's alive," Naruto said, murder obvious in his voice, and Karen nodded. At her side, Haku twitched, but he seemed to have been rendered mute. "He is. So you and Sakura have to stay alive, okay?" she said. She stuck out her arm in front of his face. "Naruto, you've got to bite me." Eh. That absurd statement managed to break through Naruto's exhaustion, and he stopped fruitlessly pouring his life into Sakura as he stared at Karen. She was earnest, terrified, her arm shaking in front of her. Come again. There's something I can do, Karen said in the tone of someone revealing a disgusting habit. It's supposed to be a secret, but now's not the time to keep those. If you bite me, you'll take some of my life, it should get you back to 100%. She smiled, still terrified. But I've never done it with another Uzumaki before. You might take all I've got, so catch me if I fall over, alright. Okay, Naruto said. He tentatively leaned forward, aware that everyone present was watching them with curious eyes. The Leaf team probably didn't know Karen was an Uzumaki. Well, that didn't matter now. It's gotta be hard, Karen said as he opened his mouth. Enough to draw blood, all right. Naruto nodded, and then he bit down. Biting into Karen's arm was the weirdest experience of his life. She was warm, unnaturally so considering the weather, and when some of her blood trickled into his mouth, there was only one word that came to Naruto's mind. Delicious. He wondered in an addled and absurd way if he was becoming a vampire or something. Karen's blood was sweet and thick, enough that the expected feeling of disgust didn't come. Instead, he almost felt drugged. There was more than just blood. Karen let out a yelp as chakra, so much chakra it almost rocked Naruto back like a tide of water, poured out of her arm and into his mouth. Naruto's entire body lit on fire as foreign chakra poured over his entire being and instantly assimilated with it, like a balloon that was stuck to a tap well past the moment it should have popped. He found himself filled beyond safety by a burning golden light. His arm and leg popped, twisting back into place as hastily formed scar tissue was obliterated, and steam rose from his body as all of his injuries smoothed over at once, not even leaving behind a scab. He breathed out, a migraine forming and disappearing just as quickly at the base of his skull, and found that he'd never felt better in his life. Karen's eyes rolled back into her head, and true to his word Naruto caught her before she could even begin to fall. He marveled at how quick he was, at the effortless strength in his hands, and gently laid her down beside Sakura. Geez, Karen coughed. Naruto noticed something bizarre. Golden chakra was dancing not just at the wound on her arm, but in the small of her back. It sparked once, twice, and then vanished. Something in Naruto's brain skipped a beat at it, but the thought was gone long before he could grab it. Right now there was too much for him to worry about. That was worse than I dash. She passed out before she could even finish the sentence, and Naruto blinked as he stared down at her. He felt he should scream out his thanks, but there wasn't any time for that. He'd been given a miraculous second chance and couldn't afford to waste it. You good? Sasuke grunted, and Naruto looked up at him. He could feel his face stretch into a smile, but it didn't go beyond an expression. Yeah, he said. I got this. The lobby was silent as he went to work on Sakura. There was too much to fix, enough that he couldn't consciously catalog it. Weeks and months of training with Kabuto and Nono moved his hands and guided his chakra. It was like with Kagami, Naruto thought afterwards, an almost out-of-body experience guided by spite and desperation that wiped his mind clean and left only the work of healing, binding muscles and rebuilding tendons as he demanded that a broken body put itself back together. When he was finished, Naruto had no concept of how much time had passed. He was sweating, tired once more despite his chakra being completely refreshed, and everyone in the room seemed speechless, staring at Sakura. She was whole again, though Naruto was sure she would be in a coma for a time. There was only so much even he could do in the face of total exhaustion and a body pushed beyond its limit by every kind of trauma and a hasty soldier pill. But she'd wake up. He was sure of it. He collapsed back on his butt with a gasp, hands splayed in the dirt, and laughed. Okay, he grunted. Who's next? Get Sasuke, Kurane said, and then shot Naruto's friend a glare when he started to protest. The rest of us can sleep this off. But that arm needs to be saved. As Naruto worked, refreshing skin and restoring charred muscle, he finally asked what had been on his mind from the moment he'd seen Sasuke's blow a Byakuya's arm off. Sasuke, what the fuck was that? He asked, and Sasuke grimaced as several of his fingers cracked back into place, the bones resetting. I thought you'd be too smart to do something like this to yourself. It was this or dying, Sasuke retorted, wincing. Naruto stopped for a moment, observing the muscles redeveloping, and then got back to work. He had a sinking feeling in his chest as he went, and he tried to distract himself by listening to his friend. And, you know, it was that thing we talked about. What thing? Naruto asked, genuinely unable to recall in a moment like this, and Sasuke shrugged with one shoulder. You know. A lightning rays non, he said, and Naruto choked on his own spit. Seriously? As he asked it, Ino let out a weak laugh. Seriously? She repeated. You added an element to the fourth Hokage jutsu? That's amazing. It's not. Naruto shot back as Sasuke started to give a faint grin. It's insane. The rays non is crazy delicate, and you shoved a bunch of lightning chakra in it? Why not fire? You're better at that. Fire was too temperamental, I found lightning easier to work with, Sasuke said with a shrug. Naruto blanched. Sasuke? He started to say. He shook his head. How long have you been working on this? You didn't tell us. Around 6 months, Sasuke said, and Naruto started to wonder if his friend was insane. I thought it might be. I dunno, a trump card. I guess it was. You should have told us, Naruto said, letting his hands fall away. Sasuke's arm hung limp, it looked fixed, but Naruto knew the truth. You really should have told us. Sasuke tried to lift his arm, and Naruto watched, stricken, as he came to grips with reality. His arm came up, but slowly. It shook like paper in the wind. Sasuke looked at it with obvious annoyance, his eyes narrowing. It's weak, he said, and Naruto snorted, feeling like he was about to cry. Yeah, no shit it's weak, he said, trying to keep his breathing under control. The lightning's not just an explosion, you know. You must have seen it with your Sharingan. Yeah, Sasuke admitted. I just thought, well, I guess it was better than dying. What? Ino asked, and Kurane shifted. What's up? You fixed him, right Naruto? If you could fix Sakura, an arm's nothing. Breathe. They'd get out of here, and he still had a lot to do. With Sasuke taken care of, Naruto stood up, creating a dozen clones and feeling himself waver on his feet. He dispelled 4 of them, redistributing the chakra. 8 of him was less than he'd like, but it would have to do. He gave them a nod and they grimly nodded back before heading off into the city. Fukumai City was fully alive now, thrashing and screaming like a gutted animal. Law enforcement and emergency response personnel were everywhere, swarming over the desert and pulling people from shattered buildings. They'd steered clear of the group of ninja, and Naruto couldn't blame them for it. When his clones started mixing in with the response teams, most gave them a wide berth until they started assisting in moving rubble with superhuman strength and diagnosing the injured and dead they found with lightning speed. At that point Naruto's clones might as well have been honorable citizens of the Land of Waves. There was simply too much to do and too many to save for it to be any other way. Medical jutsu can't fix everything, Naruto said, and Kurane nodded with a grimace. For the most part, it mimics natural healing. If I were a lot more experienced, I could probably do more, but like... He fought back more tears, his whole face clenching. Sakura was torn up, but it was all structural damage. Muscle, bone, organs, I can fix that. That lightning raise-non was like Sasuke's arm got hit by a lightning bolt, and then a million tiny ones. The bone almost exploded, and a lot of the blood did. All the nerves are fried, and the chakra system there got turned to paste. It's a miracle it didn't just fall off, or kill him from the shock, but... He turned to his friend not as a friend but as a medical ninja delivering a diagnosis. Your arm's dead, Sasuke. Sasuke paused. Visibly considered the fact that he was down an arm for the rest of his life. Nodded. All right, he said, and Naruto couldn't help but laugh. God damn it. Maybe it was crying instead of laughing. Naruto couldn't tell at this point. My arm for a tailed beasts, Sasuke said, and somehow he had a smug look on his face. If Gaara got away, I doubt it was permanent, but I'll call that a decent trade. Your mom's gonna kill you, Naruto laughed sobbed, and Ino rolled her eyes. She'd probably do that if she saw him again anyway, she said, and Sasuke chuckled. Naruto barely cared that he'd almost given away the game. There was just too much right now, and Haku, Karen, and Suijutsu were barely awake anyway. What did it matter at this point, in the face of such horrible destruction? He kept himself busy as tears dripped down his face, wringing himself out to fix up everyone else, determined that they all would walk away in one piece. As he did, his clones expended themselves over time as they ran dry of chakra. Through that, Naruto came to understand more about what had happened to Fukumai City than anyone else in the world. Gaara had cut a rough path northeast from the docks to the bridge, and devastated a mix of residential and industrial zones as he'd gone with zero regard for life. The trail got smaller the closer it got to the bridge, which had left the buildings closest to it paradoxically unharmed even as the city to the south was torn down and buried in sand and the bridge to the north fell in on itself. Even its foundations had been devastated. Naruto wasn't anything close to an architect or engineer, but he imagined that something that big would take a tremendous amount of time and money to fix, the kind that the Land of Waves might not immediately have on hand. The amount of casualties was devastating. Naruto's clones couldn't see everything, but between all of them Naruto could estimate that close to 5,000 people were dead, and more than twice that were injured. It was a number that he couldn't really wrap his head around. Even in all his life he would probably never know the names of 1,000 people, let alone 5,000, but that was at least how many were dead now. The idea that one person, even someone in control of a tailed beast, could have done this was completely beyond him. Could his mother have done this? The Kyuubi was supposed to be the strongest tailed beast, that's what she'd told him. If she went all out like Gaara had, would there even be a city left afterwards? As Naruto's clones assisted in rescue and emergency efforts, his real self rested. By the time he was done with them, the Leaf Shinobi were back to full strength. It might have been a dumb move to help people who'd try to kidnap Sasuke just the day before, but Naruto didn't care about that kind of stuff anymore. He just wanted people to be okay, and by his hands they were. Kurane and Shikamaru left Ino and Hinata behind, though Hinata was still unconscious, about an hour after Naruto had saved Sakura. They needed to clean up loose ends. They departed into the sand and ashes to retrieve the root agent's body and to see if there was anything left to find of the counterfeit conspiracy. It was wordlessly agreed upon that the Leaf team would take the body back to Konoha. Rain had no business with it. When they got back hours later, the sky was becoming the dark blue that heralded an eventual dawn, though Naruto didn't feel like the sun was supposed to come back up after a night like this one. Between the explosion and Gaara's rampage, any evidence was long buried and destroyed. They had a corpse and a story to show for their efforts. Hopefully that would be enough. By this point, Naruto was almost as unconscious as Sakura. His final clone checked the remains of the bridge on its own initiative, knowing that Karen wouldn't be wrong but hoping it would find Gaara's corpse there regardless. There was a cairn of concrete and steel that had been upended, part of it soaked in dried blood. Gaara had been buried and then dug his way out, that much was clear. Whether he'd retreated of his own initiative or been dragged away by his siblings, Naruto couldn't tell. Of Zabuza, there was no sign. Naruto had a cold certainty that the older ninja was buried on the seafloor along with his sword. If he hadn't been, he would have shown up by now, and Karen had made no mention of him. Even though he'd been a pain in Sasuke's ass and a creep on the few missions they'd been on together, Naruto still felt something crush his heart at the idea that such an experienced ninja and someone that was so obviously important to Haku, someone that had saved him from a life of slavery, was dead, and wouldn't even have a proper grave. He'd taken Gaara's arm though. He'd done even better than Sasuke in that respect, cutting off a real one instead of blowing apart a chakra construct. Naruto didn't think the damage you caused was the true measure of a ninja, but he thought that Zabuza probably did. Maybe he'd take that thought to the afterlife, and be content. Eventually, the sun came up, and by then Naruto had to admit he'd done all he possibly could. There were still more injured people. It felt like there always would be, but he couldn't go on. All but asleep and struggling to breathe as his body screamed at him for pushing himself past the point of exhaustion twice in a row in one night, Naruto finally decided he'd saved who he could. He felt even worse than he had after he'd saved Kagami, like he had a body full of lifeless blood and a head made of mud. "Time to go," Sasuke said. He was talking to everyone, not just him. Naruto wearily looked over from his sprawled position on the couch as the shinobi gathered. Haku hadn't said a word all night, still mutely holding Sakura's hand as she slept. The Leaf Ninja looked speechless, but Suijutsu finally had something to say. Finally, he said. His bravado was buried under obvious exhaustion. The walk back is gonna suck. Yeah, Sasuke said mindlessly. He looked over Kurane, Ino, Shikamaru, and Hinata last. She was still mostly unconscious, lying back in a chair and occasionally shifting. Thank you, all of you. We can't repay you. You won't need to, Kurane said. She let a smile flit across her face for a moment. I don't suppose you want to head back with us instead? No, Sasuke said. Sorry. Worth a shot. He moved to Hinata's side and bent down, taking a knee. Naruto wasn't sure what he was going to say, but whatever it was never emerged as Hinata leaned forward and wrapped her hands around him. She hugged him close as Sasuke froze, one arm dangling useless at his side, and muttered something in his ear. Naruto couldn't hear it, and he felt it wasn't any of his business anyway. They stayed like that for a little too long for comfort, more than 15 seconds, and then Sasuke pulled away and Hinata sank back, fully asleep. You good? Naruto muttered, and Sasuke shook his head. He moved over and hoisted Naruto over his good shoulder. Hey! He muttered, too weak to protest with more than his voice. Sasuke just scoffed. Suijutsu, you get Karen. Haku, Sakura. We're gonna get back as fast as we can. Both the other boys obeyed without a word, hoisting Sakura and Karen up. Naruto thought that as far as shinobi teams went, they must look pretty pathetic right now. See ya. He called back as he was carried away from the Leaf team by Sasuke. Make it dash, he choked on his words. Make it back safe, all right. We will. Ino shouted back. Good luck, Naruto, Sasuke. Tell Sakura she's a dumbass when she wakes up. Naruto laughed, and then they were out of sight, steadily moving towards the land of rain. That sucked, Sasuke said, and Naruto nodded, feeling like a sack of straw. Yeah, he couldn't think of anything else to say. I wish we could have actually said goodbye. There's no need, Sasuke said. They were moving across the ocean, buffeted by wind and salt, and yet somehow Naruto felt like he could fall asleep. We'll see them again. MMM. Naruto thought he'd said it, but he found that the sound hadn't left his mouth. As he looked back towards Fukumai City, lit both by the early morning sun and the perpetual lights of any city, he felt a spasm of anger run through his whole body. For some reason, the anger brought an old memory with it. Across a gulf of time and humiliation, Obito spoke to him. You'll fail sometimes, all of you, he said. He'd said it when they were signing up for the Chunin exam, taking on something that in truth meant nothing in the grand scheme of things, though Naruto had thought it the most important event of his life so far. That's life. If you avoid failure, you'll never improve. Improving sucks, Naruto decided. This was just like Waterfall, but a million times worse. There, he'd felt powerless from the start, but here, he could have changed this. If it happened again, he would change it. Gaara might have crawled away, but he was gonna make sure the Jinchuriki paid for what he'd done to the Land of Waves. Him and all the hidden sand for being stupid enough to unleash him on the world. There was another thought, more urgent than ever before. It had been more than a year now that they'd been on a mission, and some days Naruto forgot the original reason. But now, maybe because he'd seen just what a Jinchuriki could be capable of, the notion was clearer in his mind than ever. They needed to find Fu. They needed to find her as soon as possible. Things were going to change now, in ways Naruto couldn't even imagine, and their window might close before they knew it. This night had taught him that the future you expected could always vanish in the blink of an eye. That was Naruto's sole thought as he was dragged back to Omegakure, and it didn't give him comfortable dreams when he finally fell asleep. Obito Sensei Chapter 52. I've got a solution. The journey to the Land of Waves from Omegakure had taken 2 days, and thanks to Naruto's medical skills Sasuke and his team were able to keep the same pace heading back. It took a lot more effort though, they hadn't had to drag along 3 unconscious people on the way there. Karen woke up halfway through the first day and was able to run alongside them as they skirted the forests of the Land of Fire and plunged through the Land of Rivers. She was groggy but functional, and that was more than enough for Sasuke. She offered to carry Naruto, but Sasuke refused. He felt like it was his duty to do so, and Haku never once complained about having to carry Sakura. They ended their first day most of the way through the Land of Rivers, closer to the border of rain than to fire, but still not quite there. Sasuke, Karen had said softly, and Sasuke had looked over to her, his numb arm buzzing with phantom pain. It's time to stop. He licked his lips, tasting sweat, and agreed. They bunkered up in a chilly fjord, high jagged cliffs covered in drooping roots and toppling trees shadowing them as they set up a campsite on cold black sand. "Want a fire?" Suijitsu asked. Of all of them he was the only one who looked completely fine, despite having been the most abused. "You look like you need it." More to the point, he thumbed a finger at Naruto and Sakura, who'd both been laid down on blankets on the sand. "I bet they do too." Still asleep, Sasuke thought, suppressing a full-body shiver. It had now been about, 18 hours since Sakura had lost consciousness, and a little less for Naruto? That made it a coma, he was pretty sure. It wasn't surprising considering what they had gone through, but it still concerned him. Naruto in particular had always bounced back from everything. They had to be defended, and they wouldn't be able to artificially regulate their temperature with chakra. A fire would be smart. But a fire would draw attention, and right now, Sasuke felt the most useless he ever had in his life. He'd lost the other Jonin on the mission because of his own cockiness, his willingness to split their team. The mission had failed, utterly. And when he ran, every time he took a step forward, his arm bounced against his side. That was what made him feel truly hopeless as he pondered the question of fire. With the memory of a tailed beast's arm exploding under his hand, he'd been able to write off the loss, especially when Naruto had already looked so desperate, tried his best, given so much for all of them, nearly killed himself saving Sakura. But now, with both his friends in a coma and an exhausting day of silent travel behind him, the memory was fading and all Sasuke could think about was the peculiar pain of his arm. It was numb and tingled constantly, like he'd slept on it. It would feel like he'd slept on it for the rest of his life. Sasuke could barely lift it, and when he did it felt like something in shoulder might tear. It scared him. The last time he'd seen his brother, he'd felt a gulf between them, a cliff he had failed to climb despite all his growth. Now, that gulf was even more ridiculous, maybe even truly impassable. He'd given up his future for the present, and Sasuke hated it. A fire would be good, he finally decided, aware he'd been silent for a couple seconds. "We'll take watches. I'll get some wood. Watch them." He tried to stoke his pride like he would their campfire, to regain his hope. Even with one arm, he was more than a match for most ninja. He had a couple one-handed jutsu too, and he could learn more. He was young. This wasn't the end. But as he broke off branches with short, sharp chops and stuck them to his body with chakra because he couldn't carry them in both hands, Sasuke wondered if he was just lying to himself. The fire was easy enough to start with a little fiery chakra breathed into his hand, and then they sat around it as darkness fully descended. The night was cold, but there wasn't a breeze and the sound of the river lapping along the fjord was relaxing. Sasuke felt his heart start to slow down as he stared into the flame and set up his sleeping bag with one hand, wondering if he'd ever have a day like this again. "Hey, you okay man?" Suijitsu asked, too informal to be talking to his team leader, but Sasuke found he didn't care. He shook his head, and Suijitsu grunted. "Yeah," he said, glancing at Sasuke's limp arm. "Is it dash?" "Naruto was right," Sasuke said shortly. "It's not coming back." "I could try to help," Karen said. Sasuke gave her a look, and she met his gaze. "You could bite me too. I could take it. I've had a day." A day of running and stretching her senses to make sure they weren't being followed, Sasuke thought. There was no way Karen was fully recovered from healing Naruto. And besides that, if I cut it off and bit you, would it grow back? He asked, his voice sour. Karen's eyes went wide and she stared at him for a couple seconds before cautiously shaking her head. "I don't think so," she said while Suijitsu and Haku watched them both. "It would seal the wound, I'm sure, but I don't think your body could grow another arm, Sasuke. Then let's not bother, Sasuke said, thumping the limb and feeling nothing. I can feel it. Or, I guess I can't feel it. Like Naruto said, it's done for. It's just some meat shaped like an arm. When we get back, I'll probably get it removed. It's throwing me off too much. You'll disregard your own arm. Haku said softly. Sasuke turned on him, noting that the beautiful boy was by Sakura's side even after laying her down and bundling her up near the fire. It was one of the only things Haku had said all day. He'd seemed to be in shock. It doesn't feel like my arm anymore, Sasuke said. It's like a weight tied to my shoulder. I can't do anything with it. He lifted it to make his point, and his right arm came up shaking the whole way, stopping before it even got level with his shoulder. It hung there, trembling, before Sasuke dropped it with a grunt. It'll only cause me trouble. Missing it entirely could too, Haku said, and he took a long, deep breath, like he was holding back tears. At least give it some more thought, Sasuke. He glanced down at Sakura. When Sakura and Naruto wake up, if they see your arm is completely gone, it might hurt them. They deserve to be part of that conversation, I think. Haku was right, Sasuke thought with annoyance. Even on the edge of falling apart, and so obviously too, the other boy was more clear-headed than him. He swallowed and nodded, trying to pick up some of the responsibilities he was supposed to hold. Are you all right, Haku? He asked, and Haku stiffened. There wasn't time to. No, Haku said. His voice was soft. There wasn't. And no. I'm not. He stared off into the darkness beyond the fire, drawing his legs up and wrapping his arms around them. I'm not okay. I've been with Master Zabuza my whole life. I don't feel in control of myself. I don't know what to do next. Haku turned to Sasuke, suddenly intense. You've lost before, Sasuke, he said. Sasuke didn't know what to say as Haku continued with obvious desperation. You lost much of your family, your brother, your village, and now your arm. How did you keep moving forward? Haku's face was pale. I lost my family when I was a child. I murdered my own father after he killed my mother and turned on me. I was lost after that, and I remained lost and enslaved until Zabuza found me, freed me. He became everything for me, and now he's gone. Haku looked like a ghost beside the fire. I followed him to Rain, and then I followed Rain's ideals because he told me to follow something besides him. But it was always Zabuza that I was moving forward for. But you've kept going no matter what, even after abandoning your village and your family and your friends. How are you doing it? Sasuke blinked. He didn't know what to process first, what Haku had said about him or what Haku had revealed about himself. He didn't know if he even had an answer to the question until his arm burned and his eyes fell on his unconscious teammates, bundled and steadily breathing in the light of the fire. I'm the same, he said, feeling like it wasn't the complete truth the moment it came out of his mouth. After what my brother did, I followed him. I still am. It's why I came to Rain. And when Sakura was going too, I was following her and Naruto both. He thumped his useless arm. I guess that's why I'm going to get rid of this. If I'm going to keep up with them, I don't want to slow down. The same, huh? Haku muttered, trailing off. He looked back to Sakura. Can we follow the same person? She's worth it, Sasuke said. Now, he thought that was definitely too cheesy, but it didn't feel close to a lie like what he'd said before. If that's what you need to keep going, Haku, you could pick worse. Did she ever tell you about our conversation in the Forest of Death? Haku asked, and Sasuke shook his head. He knew it had happened, though he couldn't remember when and where exactly he'd learned that, but Sakura had never shared the details of that night. We talked about the Akatsuki, and even though she knew nothing of it she was better at articulating its beliefs than I was. Haku laughed, and for the first time he seemed anything but sad and empty. I couldn't understand it. Or, I guess it would be better to say she made me understand it better all on her own. He stared at the fire. I'm going to recommend her for the Akatsuki when we return. Sasuke's heart leapt, but nothing showed on his face. Why now? he asked. If you were that impressed by her from the beginning, I mean. What she did back in Fukumai City, Haku said. Fighting Gaara like that, trying to draw him away from the city, and then. He sighed. When I dragged her out from under the bridge, I was determined to go back and kill Gaara's brother and sister. There wasn't a thought in my mind but murder. But even though she was dying, she grabbed me. She told me not to go. That we'd already lost too much. He was almost too intense for Sasuke to look at. She was smarter than me. Sakura understood then that if Gaara was still alive, he'd surely kill me too. And if he wasn't, and I did kill both his siblings, and that came to light, the Hidden Sand would have all the reason it would need to declare war on the Hidden Rain, and drag fire and other villages into it as well. The risk wasn't worth it. And she understood all that despite her hatred for him, how hurt she was. Her will must be part of the Akatsuki. Sasuke wondered how much of that had been Sakura's true intent and how much was Haku projecting. If it got Sakura into the Akatsuki, got them closer to achieving their mission, it didn't really matter. With a cynical distance, he wondered further if Haku's admiration of Sakura couldn't further assist with that. If they returned and brought Haku with them, who had decided to follow Sakura instead of the Akatsuki's ideals, their mission would be a success beyond their wildest dreams. Geez, Suijutsu laughed and cut through the tension without trying. You're both nuts. We're not as lucky as you, Suijutsu, Haku said without looking at him, and Suijutsu chuckled. True enough. The only thing this mission taught me is that I'm basically immortal, he said with a cocky grin. If two nutcases in a row couldn't kill me, nothing can. The grin faded a little. Not that I knew, to be honest. I've never had to push it that far before. Well, hopefully you won't have to again, Sasuke said, suddenly feeling exhausted, so exhausted he could barely keep his head up. If you're feeling so invincible, how about you take the first watch, huh? Let the rest of us mere mortals get some sleep. Sounds good to me, Suijutsu grinned, and Sasuke lay down and was asleep before he could respond. ####. When they arrived in Omegakure and crossed the Eastern Bridge, it was the end of the second day and Naruto and Sakura still hadn't woken up. Sasuke had always admired the lights of Omegakure which pierced up into the sky without fear no matter the hour, but today he couldn't enjoy them at all. They were followed in by a border patrol that had picked them up an hour before, but they departed without Sasuke ever speaking a word to them. It was obvious his team had their injured well in hand, and this close to the city there was no danger. To the hospital first, he said, and Haku nodded. Immaculate's closest, maybe Kabuto and Nono are back. That'd be lucky. He doubted they had that kind of luck today. It was a nice day with only mild drizzle, and they made their way through the dense city streets at speed, shinobi and ninja clearing the way for them as they saw the people they were carrying. Sasuke saw one older woman mutter a prayer into some glittering black beads covered with red clouds as they passed. Checking Naruto and Sakura in was simple, as it usually was. Sasuke made a report to the hospital staff with lifeless precision, listing off their injuries and the treatment they'd received. As he'd thought, Kabuto and Nono weren't there, but the medical ninja who did meet them, a man with dark skin and a completely hairless face, seemed pleased with his teammate's condition. Chakra exhaustion then, he said, and Sasuke nodded. We'll keep them here until they've recovered. He frowned. But your arm? Don't worry about it, Sasuke said, and left before anyone could make a fuss. Suijutsu followed after him, but Haku stayed behind. Need me for anything? Suijutsu asked. Sasuke shook his head. I'm just going to go make my report, he said, and Suijutsu shook his head in mock sympathy. Well, maybe a little bit of it was real. You can go do whatever you want. I'll get some food then, Suijutsu declared. Want anything? I want my arm back, Sasuke almost said, before he sighed and sent the thought away. Fried rice would be nice, he mused. With diced tomatoes. And fish? Suijutsu laughed. Specific. He said with a grin. He slapped Sasuke's dead arm and then flinched, though Sasuke didn't feel a thing. His friend's grin faded a little. I'll go looking. See you at your place, all right. Sasuke nodded, and Suijutsu was kind enough to understand that was probably the best he'd get. He ran off, leaving Sasuke alone in the drizzle. He started walking, intentionally not drawing attention to himself. As the remaining Jonin commander for the mission, it was his job to make his report at the Central Command and Control Center of Omegakur, in a bunker below one of the city's largest skyscrapers. The CCCC wasn't a very evocative name, he thought. The Hokage Tower had a lot more mystery to it. But Omegakur was the center of Rain's ninja and civilian government all in one, so perhaps the demystification was intentional. As he walked, his mind was drawn back to the catalyst for the mission's catastrophe, Darui. The Cloud Shinobi had vanished after the warehouse explosion. If Sasuke recalled correctly, and he always did, he'd saved Kurane, waited to be fixed up by Naruto, and then vanished when Gaara had arrived. That's what Karen had told him. He'd fled south, and then beyond Karen's range. Sasuke had thought about it before on the way back as he gathered the story from everyone, but now he turned his mind fully to it in preparation of his report. Why had he run? It was obvious, Darui's job had been done. He'd led them to the counterfeiters and intentionally failed his own mission, and then when they'd been blown to pieces he'd gotten out of there, like they all should have. It wasn't to his interest or the hidden clouds to pick a fight with Sans Jinchuriki. If the Land of Lightning sent someone like him to protect the counterfeiters, or worse, assist them, it would be more than just standard economic posturing. The Land of Lightning had something here. They lost it. I came to get it back. Had the Land of Lightning been responsible for the counterfeit bills, or just recognizing an opportunity? Sasuke couldn't know, but they were both terrible options. That sort of economic warfare against fire was a red line, and yet the Land of Lightning's government, potentially the daimyo's own court even, had sent Darui to retrieve the means. But the operation had still been going when they arrived, fully staffed, headed by the rogue root agent. That meant she was probably responsible for the loss. The Hyuga had come in, hijacked the operation, and then kept up the same production? That was probably the critical point, even if there was no one they could learn the whole truth from now outside of Lightning's government. Root had a grudge against fire in particular thanks to Danzo's death, being cast out and hunted down by his own sensei for refusing to disband quietly. It was only natural they would turn the counterfeits against the Land of Fire, but had that been Lightning's plan? There was no way to know now. So, Root took over the operation. Lightning perhaps stopped getting updates from their own shinobi that they'd stationed in the Land of Waves, and then people on all sides noticed the issue. That would also explain why 3 separate groups had arrived at the same time, Sasuke's team, Hinata's, and Darui himself. By that theory, Gaara would just be bad luck, but Sasuke was willing to accept that. Sometimes, the world was driven by cruel coincidence. Sasuke was so buried in his thoughts that he made his way to the CCCC on autopilot, and only realized he was there when he almost bumped into another Jonin in the halls. The woman looked down at him with gentle incredulity, and he dipped his head in apology as he stepped to the side. Looking up, he found that he was in the hall leading to the mission debriefing room, which was in truth more of an auditorium. Rain was in high tempo lately, and had multiple cadres out on any given day. The price of success, Sasuke thought with a surprising amount of bitterness. The more you succeeded, the more there was asked of you. He slipped into the room and looked around. While it was large, that size was more to give distance between the tables spaced out at wide intervals around the room, around which was hung white cloth that obscured anyone present. It was deathly quiet. The cloth and thick brown carpet of the room absorbed most sound. There was only one other Jonin giving a report at the moment, and Sasuke made his way to the table farthest away from the other ninja. When he stepped past the cloth into the table and closing the table within, the man on duty inside let out a whistle. "Wow," he said with a grin. Sasuke recognized the other ninja after a moment. Deidara, a former missing ninja from the Hidden Stone. One of the many S-ranked ninja that Rain had snatched up over the years, and so one of the ninja Sasuke had been careful to catalog. "So I get Sasuke Uchiha, huh?" Sasuke took a seat on the other end of the table, keeping his expression neutral. Deidara was much like his brother, a powerful ninja who'd violently abandoned his home. It was shinobi like him that kept Sasuke unsure as to whether his brother was really here or not. "Seems like," he said. Deidara scoffed. "So testy," he said, leaning back and crossing his arms. His eyes wandered over Sasuke's shoulder. Where's the other one, then? It was you and Zabuza Momokai, wasn't it? He died. Deidara frowned. Seriously? Sasuke wondered how his face looked. He thought he wasn't showing a thing, but Deidara's expression told him otherwise. The man seemed wary, which made Sasuke think he probably looked murderous. Unsure of what would come out if he spoke, Sasuke nodded. Deidara blew out a breath, pushed his chair out, and stood up. Stay put for a second, got it? He said, and then pushed out past the white cloth. Sasuke did just that, sitting and staring straight ahead as he tried to rein himself back in. Now that he'd stopped moving, there was nothing to distract him from his arm. A moment later, Deidara returned. I've got special orders for this debrief, he said. Much as I'd like to get all the juicy details, you're supposed to make it directly to the Omekage. I wasn't told that when I left, Sasuke said flatly, and Deidara shrugged. He stuck out his hand and revealed a small black rod in his palm. Sasuke blinked when he realized there was a mouth beneath the rod, lipless and pressed tightly closed. Maybe they got the feeling things would turn out bad, he said with a hint of a sneer. You know the drill, right? Just a little prick. Sasuke wondered if Deidara was talking about the rod, or him. He didn't care enough to find out. He reached out and plucked the rod from Deidara's palm, and then drove it into his numb arm. He didn't even feel it puncture him. His only clue to being pierced was when his body went cold and the room whipped away in a flash of darkness. With a jarring transition, Sasuke was in another room. It was long, obviously intended for meetings, with an equally long wood table crossing the length of it. The table was covered in maps and packets, dozens of each. The maps depicted parts of the continent in various levels of detail, from as small as a single town to as large as a country. The packets were more specific. Most were closed, but Sasuke could see some documents poking out from them where they hadn't been perfectly returned. The packets, plain and manila, each had the name of a person on it alongside a village's symbol. Sasuke had no doubt they were the names of shinobi. He saw documents marked with the symbol of stone, waterfall, cloud, rivers, tea, mist, and leaf. This was a room where important conversations were held, but if one had been going it had ended before he'd arrived. Both Yahiko and Nagato were here, standing on the other side of the table and turning towards him. It seemed like they were doing it in slow motion. That was because one of the packets, farthest away from him, right below Yahiko's hand, unmistakably had Itaka's name on it. For a mid-second, Sasuke considered trying to leap over the table and grab it. Who knew what he would find inside? But the impulse passed after a heartbeat and sanity reasserted itself. That would be outright insubordination, at best. If he had a chance to sneak a look, he would, but otherwise it wasn't worth the potential risk to Sakura's mission. There was no way the Omekage would just leave information about what Itaka may have done for them lying around. Unless they actually did trust him that much. He wondered if he was in one of these packets as well, but resisted the urge to look around. Instead, he inclined his head. Omekage, he said. He heard a shuffle as Yahiko crossed his arms. I was told to make my report directly to you. Glad you made it back. Yahiko said, and Sasuke looked up. And so quickly too. Grab a seat, would you? He followed his own request, sitting down and organizing some of the documents in front of him. Nagato stayed standing, watching Sasuke with his odd purple eyes. Sasuke pulled over a chair that had been pushed aside, but hesitated to sit. You look tired, Nagato gently noted. Where is Zabuza? I expected that he would accompany you. Now, Sasuke sat, though his posture stayed rigid. He's dead, he said, and Yahiko paused in his effort to organize. The Omekage looked up, giving Sasuke all of his attention. We encountered some complications. Zabuza was our only casualty. Zabuza's dead. Yahiko said, sounding as if he couldn't quite believe it. He watched Sasuke for a moment, and his eyes were drawn down to Sasuke's right arm. Start from the beginning. I don't care how important you think it is, tell us everything. When he started talking, it became difficult to stop. Sasuke disclosed everything he could remember. Arriving in the land of waves, observing its economic development, making a plan to track down the counterfeiters through a black market deal, Karen tracking the other shinobi in the city, being kidnapped by the team from the Hidden Leaf, their impromptu alliance, the presence of Gaara and his team, the information gathering in the city the next day, being approached by Darui, following both that lead and the previously established black market deal. And then, the ambush, everything going wrong, the assassination and retrieval team from Mist, Zabuza's rampage, the warehouse Darui had led the rest to exploding, destroying the evidence and any witnesses, the rogue Hyuga responsible for it committing suicide, Gaara's cataclysmic meltdown, everyone's injuries excluding his own, the collapse of the bridge, Zabuza's death, and the scramble afterwards to make sense of it all. Yahiko and Nagato were mostly silent as Sasuke spoke at a measured pace, stopping twice to collect his thoughts before continuing. Occasionally, they asked clarifying questions, but mostly they absorbed everything he said with deadly seriousness. However, the more he spoke, the more obviously angry Yahiko became. Nagato didn't take in any of the other Kage's anger, he only grew horrified and disquieted as the debriefing continued. When Sasuke finished, ending with them exiting the country and making their way back to Rain, the room was silent for perhaps 20 seconds. Yahiko drummed his fingers on the table, his face red. Nagato closed his eyes. "Well," Yahiko said. He took a deep breath. "Almost all of you made it back. It could have gone much worse." Nagato let out a pained chuckle. Sasuke stared straight ahead, not sure if he was about to be demoted or worse. "Losing Zabuza is painful, it's true," he said with a sigh. "But Sasuke, it sounds like you all did an amazing thing. It's not ideal that Gaara of the desert did such a thing, but you fought him off and forced him to retreat. You likely saved thousands. How many thousands hadn't they saved? Especially when all that death had been caused by them being there in the first place. Sakura's presence had incited the rampage, after all." Sasuke's gaze didn't shift. "You said Gaara went for the bridge," Yahiko said, narrowing his eyes. "After Zabuza cut off his arm. Had he shown any interest in it before then?" Sasuke thought back, digging through the scraps of what he'd forgotten, or at least forgotten to mention. "Yes," he admitted. "Hinata said that he was out near the bridge earlier in the day, I believe. I suppose it's possible he had already undermined it before he brought it down on Sakura, Zabuza, and Haku." "I would have to assume so," Nagato said, starting to pace. "His presence doesn't make sense otherwise, but it's certainly sinister either way. The Great Channel Bridge intruded on the Land of Wind's trade routes, it's true, but to send a Jinchuriki to destroy it would be extremely rash. To destroy it, yes, but perhaps the intent was only to destabilize it," Yahiko pointed out. His anger was still present, but had gone cold, he had a calculating look now. To destroy both it and trust in Wave's engineering skills. It was a massive endeavor. Plenty of people thought they couldn't pull it off. Sasuke shrugged. Why Gaara had been there had been so much less important to him than what Gaara had done. "This will put Sand in a terrible position," Nagato said. "Waves may not have had any allies on paper, but that sort of aggression will have the other villages wondering if they or their allies will be next." He stroked his chin. "I wonder if Namikaze will break off their military alliance." "That's 50-50, I'd say," Yahiko said with a tilt of his head. "What do you think, Sasuke?" Sasuke blinked. "Do I think that Leaf will end its alliance with Sand?" he asked, and Yahiko nodded. "It was your home," he said, and Sasuke pondered the lack of a clarifier such as, "until recently. And you're a perceptive shinobi. Would the Yondaime strike you as the type to suffer an ally's, well, insanity?" No. Those weren't his own words, Sasuke realized after a moment. Those were the words of the Yondaime Hokage, speaking to Sasuke and his team after the second round of the Chunin exam. He'd told them that Gaara had killed one of Stone's teams, and even though it had been obvious the anger wasn't directed at him for a second, Sasuke had still been scared for his life. "Gaara's attacked Leaf Shinobi before," he said. Yahiko gave him a curious look. "At the Chunin exam. He also killed a team from Stone there, and it made the Yondaime furious. I think that kind of thing happening again, plus the scale of the destruction in Waves, will convince him to find better friends." Or at the very least, make an ultimatum to Sand to. I don't know. Turn Gaara over the land of waves? There's no way they would do that, though. Sand would never give up their Baijuya, Nagato confirmed. Especially when there is already one that's well known to be missing. The Nanabi? Sasuke stayed silent. Putting that aside for the moment, Yahiko continued, the good news is that your mission was a partial success. Sasuke scoffed, and Yahiko smiled at him. You eliminated the source of the counterfeiters, and while you weren't able to hand them over to the Land of Fire, you did one better and worked together with Shinobi of the Leaf to find them in the first place. That was the secondary objective of the mission, and you accomplished it beautifully. Managing to negotiate an alliance after being captured? That's gonna leave a hell of an impression. Like I told you, Sasuke, Nagato said, it's paramount that Rain be perceived as a rational and legitimate village. In that respect, your mission was a total success. Sasuke's head dropped and he stared at the table. He had no idea what to say. Even after his most massive failure yet, everyone seemed determined to praise him. They were trying to manipulate him. It was the most reasonable explanation. They couldn't afford to punish him, even for this, because of who he was. No, because of who his brother was, if Ataka was working for them. He didn't care that that thought didn't make sense, it was what he settled on. He had to poke a hole in their fantasy. I was thinking about Darui's involvement earlier, he said. Nagato perked up. I couldn't make sense of it. Kurane and I guessed that Darui had been hired by the Land of Lightning to keep anyone from looking into the counterfeiters, but he led us right to them. And we found a former root member in charge of the operation. If they had just taken over and kept up the same production, why had Darui been sent in the first place? Sasuke didn't look up as he spoke, an unconscious effort to be disrespectful. Well, obviously the production changed, Yahiko said. If a root member was responsible for all the fire currency, it would stand to reason that beforehand, if it was an operation from the Land of Lightning, they hadn't been focused solely on fire. He laughed. Most likely, they were intending to target every country's currency but their own. Not to the same degree, not to impose hyperinflation, but merely to damage confidence. Just the same as Sand intended to do to waves, perhaps, before Gaara went mad. That would be in line with everyone's little Cold War. That lines up with everyone converging on Fukumai City. Well, bar Gaara, Nagato noted. With the influx of false fire notes, the Leaf and us noticed at the same time, and Lightning was likely already moving. He waved his hand like he was sending off an annoying insect. But at this point, it's just academic. It happened, we have to deal with the consequences. Speaking of which, he pointed. What happened to your arm, Sasuke? You didn't mention an injury. Oh. Sasuke looked down at the useless limb. That was my own fault. I doubt that, Yahiko said. Sasuke chuckled. I used an untested ninjutsu on Gaara. I've been trying to create a lightning rays non. At that, both Nagato and Yahiko glanced at each other, equally surprised. I made some progress, but it wasn't ready to be used in a real fight. It blew off one of his Baijuya's arms, but I lost mine in exchange. You blew off a tailed beast's arm? Yahiko asked incredulously. Sasuke shrugged. That's a hell of a jutsu. Though you're certainly brave to mess with the rays non like that. It's a difficult jutsu to alter. Yeah. Well, I learned my lesson, Sasuke said, contemplating the closest place he could ask someone to cut his arm off for him. Would Yahiko do it? Did the Omekage know any medical jutsu? No, that'd be way too impertinent to ask. Well, that's not gonna work, Nagato said with a frown. You're one of our most promising jonin. Sasuke looked up ready to sneer as Nagato continued with a clap of his hands. We need you at 100%. He stomped down, and with a tremendous groan a devilish face erupted out of the floor behind him. It was an exaggerated leering mask like something out of a play, and it had the Rinnegan. The face opened its mouth, revealing a swirling purple darkness behind its huge rounded teeth, and Nagato crossed his arms. Sasuke stared, not sure what the hell he was seeing. It's the King of Hell, Nagato explained helpfully, which didn't help one bit. Step inside. I'll fix you up. Yahiko stood up. Nagato, you're sure? He asked, and Nagato nodded. It's my chakra, I'll manage it how I like. He looked away from his fellow Omekage to find that Sasuke hadn't moved an inch. This can't be fixed, he said, gesturing at his arm. Nagato shrugged. That's fully possible. It looks like even your chakra system there has been destroyed. Sasuke flinched. He'd known it, but he hadn't taken a look with his Sharingan, and having someone with the Rinnegan confirm it just rubbed salt in the wound. But fortunately for you, I'm terrible at medical jutsu. Sasuke narrowed his eyes and Nagato laughed at the look on his face. It's true. My eyes might give me mastery over every kind of chakra out there, but you've got Naruto as a teammate, you should know that there's more to medical jutsu than just knowing how to do it. I can certainly try, but I'm an amateur at best. And that's good for me. Sasuke asked as Nagato's laugh faded to a smile. In this case, yeah. The smile grew serious. Do you trust me, Sasuke? Sasuke thought about it, and he took his time doing so. Did he trust Nagato Uzumaki? He certainly didn't trust Omegakure, but what about the Omekage, this one in particular? Yeah, he decided. I don't think you'd lie to me. Well, that's the baseline at least, Nagato said with a snort. Then just step right inside. But you should know, it's going to hurt. Like nothing else you've ever felt before. What, getting eaten? Sasuke grunted, and then he stepped forward and fell inside the mouth. The teeth closed behind him with a crash, and then Sasuke tried to scream. Nagato had been lying. The pain Sasuke was experiencing was familiar, it felt like all the pain he'd ever experienced in his life, all at once, all at an intensity that he'd never dreamed was possible. He tried to scream, but he had no mouth to let out his agony, it had been torn away by the scouring fire all around him. His body was disintegrating, being rubbed away centimeter by centimeter like he was being dragged along a wall of jagged stone at impossible speed. He was going to die. He was absolutely going to die. He was already dead, and his body was just resisting out of habit no matter how foregone the conclusion was. A second that lasted more than a second passed, and then Sasuke fell to his knees. He blinked, tears in his eyes. He had knees again. He had a body again. He was back in the room, and someone was placing a hand on his back. He lashed out on instinct, his brain too slow to hold him back. His arm came up and slammed to a stop as someone's hand wrapped around it. His right arm. Sasuke froze, reality finally crashing down on him. He looked up and found Nagato standing over him. The man's face was covered in sweat, and he was holding Sasuke's right arm in a firm grasp. His arm was back, like it had never been destroyed. He'd almost struck Nagato in the face with it. Sorry, Sasuke gasped, pulling back. Nagato gently released his arm. I didn't. That's usually how it goes, Nagato said. I used to really try to warn people, but people always underestimate it. Sorry about that. I feel. Sasuke started to say, licking his lips. He couldn't put the feeling to words, not without ranting. Every lingering ache and pain from waves was gone, he felt refreshed, like he'd just woken up after sleeping for days, and his arm was back. The lump of meat was a limb again. He ruthlessly squashed what might have been the beginning of tears as his whole body struggled with the fact that there wasn't a thing wrong with it anymore. I feel great. Better than new, right? Nagato asked, and Sasuke nodded. Well, that's good. That's basically what you are. What the hell did you do? Sasuke asked, coming to his feet. He imagined that he should have shook, but his legs were stronger and surer than ever before. Well, I've got no gift for medical jutsu, Nagato said with the ghost of a grin. But for the Rinnegan, it's pretty simple to replace someone's entire body. Sasuke didn't have nearly enough time to begin unpacking that statement before his train of thought was interrupted. Too bad about the cost, Nagato, Yahiko said, and Sasuke realized the other Omekage was seated once more, right at his side. Sasuke, I hope this doesn't make you think this means you can just throw away your arm again. His calculating look was back, Sasuke thought. That's not something Nagato can do whenever he likes. Sasuke looked back at Nagato, seeing the sweat covering his face, the minute tremble in his fingers, and frowned. Replacing my whole body? He asked. Nagato nodded. That's insane. A little, Nagato admitted. But I couldn't think of a better solution. Unfortunately, I can't do it piecemeal. It's all or nothing. That just made it more insane. Sasuke's conception of what rain was and what it was capable of turned on its head and spun off into infinity. He knew the Rinnegan was a big deal, Sakura had been told of it ahead of time for a good reason. But this? This wasn't something a shinobi could do, no matter how amazing they were. He'd just been part of something so absurd and beyond his sense of scale that he could only look back and do his best to accept the world that had replaced the one he knew, like a bug carried to a new country by a hurricane. And all to fix his arm? There's gotta be a cost, he said, trying to cling to something he could understand. Complex techniques cost a lot of chakra, dangerous techniques could demand even more. That's what you said, right Yahiko? Oh, a month, or so of my life, Nagato said. Sasuke blanched. Maybe a couple, he continued with a laugh. But that's not such a big deal. He looked around the room at a speechless Sasuke and an unamused Yahiko, and spread his arms. What, does anyone think that someone with the Rinnegan is going to die of old age? I lost that opportunity the day I was born. Grim, but Sasuke had heard some people in his clan espouse a similar belief. Ninja rarely lived full lives, and especially those with valuable bloodlines. I assume the rest of the team can recover without these kinds of measures, Sasuke? Yahiko asked. Sasuke nodded, his throat dry. Yeah. Naruto and Karen did an excellent job. He hesitated. Though. Haku might need help, he thought, and even started to say. But Haku had latched onto Sakura more than ever with Zabuza gone, and that could potentially be useful. That made Sasuke close his mouth and shake his head. I don't know when they'll wake up, he said instead. Naruto and Sakura, I mean. Well, Rain has excellent doctors from all over the world, Yahiko said with cheer. I bet they'll be back on their feet in no time. Sasuke sensed that the debriefing was coming to an end, and subtly looked around the room for the exit. Nagato noticed his glance. You're excused, he said, and then, with a confirming look at Yahiko, we'll talk more later, once you've had some time to rest. With the others too. Of course. Where am I? Sasuke asked. Still in the CCCC, Yahiko said. If you head out that door and down the stairs you'll find your way, we're on the 28th floor. Sasuke bowed his head and began to go. Hey, Sasuke. Sasuke turned, and Yahiko tossed one of the packets from off the table at him with a gentle underhand. He grabbed it out of the air on reflex, half expecting his right arm to be unable to obey but using it anyway, and clutched it to his chest as he realized he had actually caught it. He couldn't help but grin. Then he actually looked down at what he'd caught, and the grin faded. He was holding in his hands the packet he'd seen the moment he'd appeared in the room. Itaki Uchiha was printed in bold lettering on a thin strip of white tape along the edge. It was stuffed full of paper and other things, bulging out to more than a hand's width. Sasuke looked up to find Yahiko watching him with obvious curiosity, and couldn't help but give him a suspicious look of his own. He felt like he had a fever, his head was pounding at the sight of his brother's name. My brother? He asked. Yahiko shrugged. We were putting that together for you while you were gone, he said, gesturing to Nagato and an imaginary konan. You came here looking for your brother, but I'm sure you've noticed that you couldn't find him. That might be of some help to you. What? Sasuke said, resisting the urge to tear the thing open right there. Why? To get rid of some of your doubts, Nagato said. At times like this, he and Yahiko had the same sense of authority. Unfortunately, some of it has been redacted, which won't help you at all. That includes some of his activity in the land of waterfalls. But hopefully, it'll be a start. Sasuke, with not a single idea of what to say or think, frowned, turned, and left. ####. When he got back to his apartment, Sasuke gently laid the packet down on his bed and sat at the desk in the corner. He stared at it, head propped up on his hands, elbows pressing into his knees, as he wondered if it was even worth opening. It could be full of lies. It probably was. But as Sasuke had said not a half hour before, he didn't think Nagato was the kind to lie to him. The Omekage had all been very careful about that, treating the delicate trust between them with care and never telling direct lies. But could even Rain actually track his brother? By all rights, the packet would only contain what Sasuke already knew, that there had been no sign of attack since the incident in the Land of Waterfalls, and his motives were unknown. It would be more useless confirmations. Or perhaps it would say that he had actually been in Rain's employ. It was ludicrous to consider, but he couldn't help entertain the fantasy. That would be nice and easy, wouldn't it? After a minute of staring, there came a knock at the door. Sasuke started. There was a moment when he truly had no idea who could possibly be there. "Hey!" Suijutsu called from the hallway. "Is it unlocked? Might kick it down if it isn't." "Right." Suijutsu. "Fried rice." Sasuke's stomach rumbled. He stood up. "It's unlocked," Sasuke said, and Suijutsu was pushing the door open before he had even finished speaking. He looked around the room with a smirk. "Clean as ever. I was worried you might have broken something." He turned, pushing the door shut with his foot. Both his hands were full of delicious-smelling plastic bags. "You know, if you need to hit something, I'm dash." He paused, looking back at Sasuke, and then stopped completely. His whole face twisted up in confusion. "What the hell happened to your arm?" he asked. Sasuke looked down at the perfectly functional limb. "It got fixed," he said with a shrug. "The fuck?" Suijutsu stepped to the side and placed one bag of food down on a cabinet by the door, next to an array of books Sasuke had never fully read and loosely organized shinobi tools. "How?" "The Omekage did it." Sasuke spoke about the impossible with a flat face and Suijutsu chewed on his lip, considering him with disbelief. "Okay," he said after a second. "I'll believe that." He grinned. "That's pretty fucking great, man." "Yeah," Sasuke said. He sat back down. "I don't think it's sunk in yet. I'm still, looking forward to a life as an armless wonder." "Yeah, I get it." Suijutsu chucked the remaining bag in his hands at Sasuke and Sasuke caught it out of the air, once again marveling that he could do it with both hands. "Guess the cage are even more amazing than I thought, if you could get fixed up like that." "Guess so," Sasuke said, taking a peek inside the bag. Everything he'd asked for, and some dango. Did he even like dango? It was a stupid question, but he honestly couldn't remember that right now. What's that?" Suijutsu asked. He'd already dug into whatever he'd gotten. It looked to be noodles, dripping with thick brown sauce. He gestured to Sasuke's bed with his chopsticks, dripping some of the sauce onto the carpet. He was looking at the packet. It was face down, the name on it wasn't, glanced at it and then back at Suijutsu. "It's..." he started to say. Nothing was going to be the answer. "It's nothing, just some mission stuff. I'll take care of it later. It's a packet the Omekage have put together on my brother," he said, and Suijutsu stopped chewing. "I haven't taken a look at it yet." Sasuke smiled. "You wanna open it up?" Obito Sensei Chapter 53. Shockwave. On April 7, 3 days after the disaster in the Land of Waves, Obito returned from the latest in a series of missions hand-picked for him by the Hokage, the latest of which was an attempt to discover a spy in the daimyo's court. He'd enjoyed it well enough, treating it as a sort of vacation. The capital of the Land of Fire was a luxurious place and the court had countless things to keep even a shinobi busy. It helped that he was a lot more popular there than he was in Konoha, but that was the case for most places he went. Even after a year, the wound of his team's defection was a painful scar for the village. By this point, Obito didn't really mind anymore. His life had closed up into people he cared for and people he didn't, and he found the honesty of it truly refreshing. In the end the spy had been found, and just earlier that day. To Obito's surprise, he'd known him, though only thanks to his sterling memory. The man's name had been Nobu. Obito had tracked him down once before, on his team's second C rank. Then, The man had been a dissolute drunk raging at a dead-end job, but time and motivation had changed him. He'd become a clerk in the daimyo's court responsible for all sorts of minor duties, but the one that had been most important to him was checking over both incoming and outgoing mail. Time and motivation had also transformed him into a spy for the nation of Rain and anyone else who would pay enough to read the daimyo's correspondences. Obito hadn't been surprised that people would pay tremendous amounts of money for mail, but he had been surprised by Nobu's insistence that he was doing the world a favor by sharing such sensitive communications. He was a little curious what had happened to him after he'd turned the man over to the daimyo's police and one of the guardian ninja, but it wasn't any of his business. Besides, asking questions would go against what his sensei was obviously planning with these missions. Minato had sent him off on all sorts of popular ventures over the last 6 months, catching spies, cleaning up criminals and mercenary groups, dismantling black markets. It had been nostalgic, Obito thought with a grin as he hopped across the rooftops of Konoha heading for his apartment. He wanted a shower, first and foremost. Probably should brush his teeth as well while he was at it. Of course, he'd followed his own whims in between the Hokage's missions. He'd traveled back and forth from Mount Myaboku at least once a month, spending more time with the Toads and learning about them and their history. He'd trained with Guy and Kushina and Mikoto, the last a surprising salvage of a relationship he'd thought dead and buried, though it was still tentative on most days. And he'd started spending much more time with Rin. They had meals together almost once a week now, sometimes twice. It made Obito's heart sing. He was hoping she'd have time for dinner tonight. He had also been spending more time with his other teammate. It felt to Obito that once he'd had his team, he'd neglected visiting Kakashi more and more. With them gone for now and his real self reawakened, he'd taken to dropping by the memorial stone more as well. It was a place of peace for him, even if that was a bit morbid. In the last moments of his life, Kakashi had trusted him completely. Obito felt that it was the least he could do to repay that by visiting him regularly. So, for some time Obito had lived a regular and somewhat narrow life, with few people visiting him and much of his time devoted to himself instead of the village. That was probably why he was so surprised when he jumped down off a nearby roof, landed in front of his apartment, and found a group of teenagers waiting for him with sour expressions. Hey, he said with a little wave. Shikamaru Neru, Ino Yamanaka, and Hinata Hyuga gave him equally unimpressed looks. Haven't seen you all for a bit. We need to talk, Shikamaru said. He looked older, even more than the last time Obito had seen him. They all did. Something had definitely happened. Hinata has been keeping an eye out for you. Okay. Obito asked, narrowing his eyes a little. Half of one team, and a single member of another? And no team leaders? Neither Asuma nor Kurane were here. That was strange too. What's this about? We should talk inside, Shikamaru continued, both the girls staying silent. Obito looked all of them over with a critical eye. Hinata and Ino both had healed but still noticeable injuries, Ino a limp. He felt a cold shock throughout his body. If they were coming to him, it must involve his team. Had they run into Naruto or Sakura or Sasuke out on a mission? Had there been a fight? Was someone dead? They didn't look nervous enough for that, but the idea still evaporated Obito's good mood in an instant. Sure, he said, keeping his cool and stepping past them. I'll let you in. He never kept his door locked. There wasn't much to steal in his home that he cared about, and only an idiot would steal from a shinobi anyway. He opened his door, politely allowed them inside, and then closed it behind him. His home was as he'd left it, the living room empty and the attached kitchen a mess. Ino gave the pile of dishes an obviously disparaging look, and Obito laughed apologetically as he propped himself against the wall, watching them mill about. Shikamaru took a seat on the couch, along with Hinata. Ino remained standing, shifting on her sore leg. So what's this about? He asked. You look a little beat up. Did something happen? Did you hear about what happened in the Land of Waves? Ino asked. Obito frowned. You were involved? He didn't have the full story yet. He was planning to ask Minato about it, but what he'd heard while out on his mission had made it obvious that some ninja had gone insane and rampaged in Fukamai City, destroying half of it and the Great Channel Bridge that connected the country to the mainland. Something like that was rare, but not impossible, especially if a country made the wrong enemies. Yeah, we were involved, Ino said. She shook her head. I don't know how much you know, so I'll make it simple. Sakura and everyone else was there, Gaara was as well. He's the one who caused it. Obito stood still, thunderstruck. His team had been at the center of that disaster. It had been caused by Gaara? He closed his eyes and sighed. Why are you three telling me this? He said after a moment. I'm sure one of your senseis was with you as well, why aren't they here? Cause Sakura only told us about her mission, not Kurane-sensei, Shikamaru said with a smirk. Obito blinked. Pardon. She showed us, Obito Sensei, Hinata said quietly. The mark on her back, the Flying Thunder God's seal. She and Naruto and Sasuke. She paused, swallowed. They all got orders to defect, didn't they? Sasuke told us that he was chasing his brother, but that was only half the truth, wasn't it? Faced with some of the last people he ever expected to have found out the truth, Obito didn't quite know what to do. He looked over the three of them, saw the raw sincerity in each of their eyes, and couldn't help but laugh. Shit, he chuckled, and Shikamaru stirred. And we did such a good job of selling it too. You must have really put her in a bind if you convinced her to tell you, Hinata. We kidnapped Sasuke, Shikamaru said. He had a look of obvious pride about it, and Obito couldn't blame him. He convinced us that we had to work together, but that wasn't really enough. I guess Sakura thought she needed something else, she told Ino to have Hinata check her back for the seal. Clever, Obito mused. But you gotta back up. What exactly happened in Waves? Give me the whole story. Over the next 5 minutes, all three of the teens gave him their perspective of what had happened in the unfortunate country, their mission to track down the counterfeits, the encounter with Team 7, the brush with Darui, and then the explosion at the docks, the rogue Hyuga, and Gaara's rampage. By the end Obito was sitting on the floor, head propped on his hands and deep in thought. To his surprise, Hinata was the first to speak up after the summary. Sakura said that the Hyuga, she said. That she'd tried to assassinate you before. In the hidden waterfall. Obito had noticed that there had been very few details of the woman's defeat, and Hinata had shook while talking about it. If it was the same root agent, and it seemed to be, there was no way Hinata and Sakura could have taken her, no matter how much they'd improved. He knew just enough about the Hyuga clan to make an educated guess as to how Hinata might have won, but there was no way he was bringing it up. It sounds like she did, he said, poking at his shoulder and arm. I don't know of many archers, let alone Hyuga archers, and she put a few holes in me back when Waterfall was attacked. I didn't think she'd made it out of there though. How many people could say they'd been attacked by the Yondaime and lived, he wondered. The Hyuga had been on a very elite list before Hinata had reached her. She said she was a member of Root, Hinata said, and Obito noticed that while the phrase obviously meant nothing to Hinata, both Shikamaru and Ino had obvious reactions. He gave them a curious look, and Hinata did too. She was. You know about them, it seems, Obito noted, and both Shikamaru and Ino got uncomfortable looks. Just what I've got out of my dad, Shikamaru admitted with a shrug. But I know, some of my older cousins and such vanished when I was very, very young. I put the pieces together, they were probably taken by Root, right? Same for me, Ino said, and Obito wondered how many of these kids' relatives he'd killed in the course of purging the organization on his sensei's behalf. The Yamanaka who'd died in Waterfall had certainly been Ino's relation, maybe a distant uncle. There was far too much blood on his hands. For a second, he considered saying something. But what would it help? There was way too much to unpack there in a single conversation, especially this one. Well, I didn't know there were any Hyuga en route before Waterfall, Obito said, trying to cap off the conversation. I wouldn't be surprised if she was one of the only ones. My father said the same, Hinata said quietly. He said her name was probably Hei. That everyone had thought she'd died a long time ago, when she was my age. But she was a member of the branch clan, so. She curled in on herself, her resolve failing. Yeah, Obito said. Don't think too hard about it. You did well. He left Hinata halfway curled up in a ball and turned to Shikamaru and Ino. You said that Sasuke injured his arm, he said, swinging back to the part of the conversation that had stuck in his head. He made a lightning raise non, Shikamaru said. Obito couldn't help but laugh at the audacity. But it had a bad effect on him. Naruto said that he might never use his arm again. Obito winced, torn between sympathy for Sasuke and disbelief that Naruto was now apparently an extremely accomplished medical ninja. He never would have expected that, not while he was training him and certainly not after letting him run off to rain. But I don't really want to talk about waves, Shikamaru said bluntly. We want to talk about Team 7. What did you want to know? Obito said, leaning back. Shikamaru and Ino exchanged glances, and he laughed. I'll tell you everything I can, don't worry. If you already know, it's not like a bit of context is gonna hurt anything. But I mean, it is a secret, Ino said. Obito snorted. Was, he said, and Ino smiled. Was a secret. Why did they go? Shikamaru asked. Why do you think they went? Obito asked with a cocked eyebrow. To see if it was true if Itachi Uchiha was working for Rain, Shikamaru said resolutely. And to determine the whereabouts of the Nanabi. Do you like asking questions you already know the answer to? I like confirming my guesses. Shikamaru grinned. But I'm surprised you allowed it, Obito Sensei, when it made you so unpopular. Obito crossed his arms, his arm guards clanking on each other. I'll tell you what I told them, he said. I've been unpopular before. It hasn't been too difficult for me. Well, we all at least want to apologize on our sensei's behalf, Ino said, and Hinata nodded. Don't, Obito said with a shake of his head. They're adults, you're not. It's their own responsibility if they decide to apologize or not. They went quiet at that, and Obito scratched the back of his head. I can't believe Naruto's a medic now, he muttered. Shikamaru laughed. An incredible one, he said. He saved Sakura's life. Obito wanted to feel pride at that, but pain came instead. And even after that, he fixed the rest of us up the best he could, and sent out clones to help the Land of Waves. It was unbelievable. We were able to run back on our own because of him. I got shot, Hinata said quietly. By an arrow. Naruto closed it up so well it didn't even hurt till everything was done. Shadow clones, ridiculous chakra reserves, an existing knowledge of Jutsu Shiki, and now, apparently, the raw skill and chakra control to render life-saving aid in seconds. Obito kept scratching the back of his head, not sure if he should be ecstatic at his student's progress or jealous that he'd grown so much in the Nation of Rain. And Sakura? He asked. You mentioned she got hurt. Was she doing well? Yeah, Ino said, taking it on herself to answer. She's gotten unbelievably strong. She fought Gaara head-on and almost killed him. She kept fighting even after he turned into a tailed beast. She hesitated. But, she also seemed like, the most. I don't know what I'm trying to say. She shook her head. Out of all the Rain ninja we met, she seemed like the most genuine. She actually talked about Rain, about opposing the daimyo. She was really into it. Well, Obito said with mixed feelings. That's to be expected. It was why she got picked in the first place. She got picked? Ino asked. Obito shrugged. She got picked because she already was sympathetic to the Akatsuki, he said as Ino frowned. And then Naruto and Sasuke went with her, for their own reasons. Wait, Shikamaru said. Then they actually defected. Obito laughed and nodded. Shikamaru dropped his head into his hands, staring at the floor, and then apparently couldn't help but laugh along. But that's so stupid. He said with a chuckle. Why the hell, what were they thinking? Obviously they didn't want her to go alone, dumbass. Ino said, socking Shikamaru in the shoulder. They're good friends. They left us behind for her, Hinata said, as quiet as ever. She needed them more. Ino declared, jumping off the couch. I was ready to kick Sakura's ass when I saw her, but now I think it should be the Hokage instead. Sending her off like that and not even letting her tell us, what an asshole. Obito pushed himself off the wall. Ino's indignation made it impossible not to grin. It was her decision, not his, he said, and Ino gave him a frustrated look. She didn't want to endanger the mission by making it common knowledge, and she was sure she'd be back. Ino grimaced. Well, she grumbled, I get that. It's really stupid, but I get it. So then. Hinata said after glancing at Ino and Shikamaru to make sure they weren't about to say something, you don't know when they'll be back. No, Obito said bluntly. It's an open-ended mission, and it all relies on Sakura becoming trusted enough to find out the truth. It could be another year, or more, or it could be tomorrow. Maybe the mission to Waves will be the final push that was needed. He allowed himself to really ponder the thought, to hope that his students would be back soon. Fighting Gaara could impress the Omekage. It did all the way back in the Chunin exam. That's when she was approached by Rain to defect. That long ago? Hinata asked with obvious surprise. So they reached out to her first, Obito confirmed. That was the main reason she was picked. Wow, Ino said. Kinda jealous, she continued with a flip of her hair. Would have been nice to perform well enough in the exam that another village tried to poach me, instead of getting kicked out by that asshole so quickly. It is a little funny, Shikamaru said, finally looking up. That we'd run into Gaara first at the exam, and then again here, on the mission that secured our promotion. Oh. Obito said. You guys are Chunin now? Congratulations. Thanks. Ino said brightly. But we're still behind the curve, apparently. Obito cocked his head with an obvious question in his eyes, and Hinata picked it up. Suzuki made Jonin in Rain. Obito whistled as she continued. He was the team commander, actually, and I think Sakura and that man Zabuza Momokai as his seconds. Naruto's still a genin then? Obito asked. Shikamaru smirked, and Obito shook his head. Unbelievable, he said with a grin. If you'd told me when I got assigned to them that they'd end up in that order. Sakura's just kept surprising us, Ino said, the mood dropping a little. I guess I hope that keeps up. It would be a nice surprise if she comes home. Here's hoping, Obito said, sensing that the conversation was coming to an end. Shikamaru and Hinata were making subtle glances at the door. Are you planning to tell anyone else? Do you think we should? Ino asked, surprised. Obito shrugged. It's your secret to keep or spill, he said, not even giving a single thought to what his sensei might think of that particular notion. You're Chunin now, that means the village trusts you to exercise your best judgment, and if it does I will too. They looked uncertain, and Obito felt sure at a glance that they probably wouldn't tell anyone. The weight of the secret they were carrying was a little heavy for brand new Chunin. If you are going to tell anyone, maybe the rest of their friends would be the best, he suggested, and Ino gave him a relieved nod. If you trust them to keep it quiet. But it might make things easier for Sakura and, really, everyone else when she does complete the mission. You think she will then, Hinata said. You're sure they'll be back? I wouldn't have let them go if I wasn't, Obito said, as certain as Hinata was uncertain. I promise you that, I have complete faith in them. He wandered towards the door, and the others rose and followed him. Thanks for coming by, he said, opening it. It's always nice to get news about them. Well, thanks for being honest with us, Shikamaru said as he slid outside. I was wondering if you would just deny everything. A year ago I would have, Obito said bluntly. But things are changing. If Sakura told the truth, it's not my place to follow it with a lie. They filed out saying their thanks on the way, and Obito waved goodbye, sighed, and closed the door after them. He wandered back to the couch, and then remembered why he'd been heading home in the first place. 30 minutes later, having showered, brushed his teeth, and changed into something that wouldn't make people think he was about to go into combat, Obito was sitting on the couch and staring at the ceiling wondering how he had narrowly missed his team again. Hayami and now Waves, it was enough to make him wonder if he should just teleport straight over to a Megakure and demand to speak to them. Would that be strange? He could probably pull it off, there was nothing weird about someone's sensei wanting to see them after a long absence. Worst came to worst, he'd look like a needy sap, not an enemy spy. As Obito was pondering breaking into another hidden village just to say hi to his team, a knock came at his door. He glanced over, rolled off the couch, and made his way over. What next? More kids? Kurane, come to tell him about waves like her team had? He ran a hand through his hair and opened the door, a neutral greeting halfway out his mouth. Hey. He choked as he found Rin on the other side, watching him with a curious smile. I heard you just got back. Wanna grab something to eat? ####. Obito and Rin's weekly meals had started about 2 months after he'd returned from Mount Mayaboku, and Obito had paid for them every single time. It wasn't something that he'd done on purpose at first, but once Rin had pointed it out he'd found it too funny to not keep it up. It wasn't a strain for him, since he'd unlocked his Mangekyo, Obito had begun making more money than he knew what to do with. With well over 900 missions under his belt, including a clean 40s ranks, he had long ago stopped actually tracking his money. Half of it went to him, and most of that went into a savings account that he would probably never use. Half of it went to his clan. He hadn't bothered to change that in all his years, even after he'd learned about the coup attempt. Maybe it was strange for someone who would soon turn 30 to think about money that way, but Obito was glad to not have yet another thing to worry about. When he and Rin ate out, they almost always had dinner together. They tried both casual venues and fancy places that prepared special tables for jonin of their reputation. Obito found that he liked it all, so long as Rin was there with him. Today, they'd decided to try out a steakhouse that had opened recently in the south end of the village. Obito wasn't usually a fan of dishes that were mainly meat, but 2000 ryo steak definitely made him curious. Especially when you didn't even order it, there wasn't a menu, just a price tag. After they'd ordered drinks, they sat facing each other with shared amusement. Fancy, Rin noted. Even more than I figured, Obito noted. He didn't have a lot of formal clothes, so he'd just gone with a plain black shirt with long sleeves and matching pants. Dark colors suited him, at least. Rin was a little more expensive, with a short purple dress, but they were still far and away the most casually dressed people in the whole place. It didn't seem to matter though, their fame kept anyone from openly judging them. I had some visitors before you came by, he continued. Rin cocked her head. Did you know some of Team 8 and 10 were in waves when everything went down? I did, yeah, she said. They came by one of the hospitals when they got back. They visited you. They ran into my team, Obito said, noticing that some other patrons at the widely spaced tables were glancing over at them. Rude to eavesdrop on a shinobi, he thought, but maybe they were just that interested. Rin made a small surprised noise. They were there in waves too, and ran into Gaara. Apparently it caused some trouble. I'd bet, Rin said. Their waiter returned and gently deposited their drinks on the cloth covering the varnished wood table, a very pink cocktail for Rin, and water for Obito, before leaving with a small bow. It's a real mess down there. Actually, the daimyo contacted us about it yesterday. Us? Obito asked, taking a sip. Too much ice, but the water was high quality, not just basic filtered stuff. At least they were paying for a good experience in general. There was soft music playing from a live band in the corner, just enough to enhance conversation instead of drowning it out. The medical division. Yeah, Rin said, taking a sip of her drink. Her eyes went wide. Wow, sweet. She said, taking another sip before setting it down. Yeah, she repeated. The daimyo has requested that Konoha send a contingent of medical ninja down to Waves, and specifically to Fukamai City, to render aid to anyone injured by the attack, and free of charge too. The Land of Fire is going to cover any expenses incurred. Wow. That's generous. Obito sat back. I guess it's a good idea. Waves needs all the help it can get right now, and it'll be free press for both Fire and the Leaf. He frowned a little. The magnanimous saviors, coming in to clean up the mess their allies made. You haven't talked to Sensei yet about that, have you? Rin asked, and Obito shook his head. He's furious. I don't think I've ever seen him so angry. Her lips twitched into a half-smile. Even when I thought you guys were about to kill each other that day, you came back without them. Do you think he's going to do anything about it? Obito asked. Rin shook her head. I don't know, she said. I feel like, if Gaara really was responsible, we'll have to do something. We can't have a murderer like that as our ally, it's just embarrassing. Not to mention, he keeps trying to kill our kids. She laughed. And the same one, both times. Wasn't it Shikamaru, Ino, and Hinata who confronted him during the Chunin exams? Their teams, and mine too, Obito confirmed. I'd call it fate, but it feels a hell of a lot more like bad luck. Your team's always had plenty of that, Rin said with a laugh. Hell, you have too, Obito. Obito leaned forward and grinned. I've thought about that, he said conspiratorially, and Rin raised her eyebrows at him. But the way I see it, we've had bad luck that's put us in bad places, and good luck that's gotten us out of it. He tapped his temple. We keep getting a rough deal, but we also keep coming out in one piece. You do, Rin noted. But not always everyone else. Sasuke got hurt this time, apparently. I hope Rain has some good medical ninja to take a look at his arm. Yeah, Obito said, getting more somber. That's true too. That's always been my problem, after all. The ghost thing. Yeah, Obito said, frowning. The ghost thing. The first course of their steak meal arrived, and Obito and Rin ate mostly in silence, taking moments to compliment the food or ask other questions. Obito learned more about what Rin had learned from being visited by Hinata, Shikamaru, and Ino, and Rin what they'd told Obito. Well, I hope they do spread it around a little, she said quietly before she let out a polite laugh. Hope it's not treason to say that. We'll find out, Obito said with a shrug. I told them to exercise their best judgment. The music changed tempo a little, something more upbeat but still quiet, and Obito shifted as well. Here's a question. Shoot, Rin said, mixing up her last slice of her peppers in some gravy. Would you mind if I came along to Waves with you guys? He asked, before amending himself. Assuming the medical division is going, and assuming you're going, I guess. We are going, Rin said, popping the peppers in her mouth. And so am I, yeah. I'll be leading the operation. We're leaving tomorrow, in fact. I was gonna tell you later if it didn't come up. Is that a yes? Obito asked. Rin rolled her eyes. Could I stop you? She laughed. With just a word, Obito said, deadly serious, and Rin glanced at him, picking up her half-full glass. So serious, she said with a grin. Your medical jutsu might be a little help, but if you want to pull your weight, you'd be a lot more helpful with body retrieval. Her grin soured a little. Would you be okay with that? It's not exactly fun work. Pulling bodies from wreckage? Obito barely thought about it. If it was helping Rin, he'd do it without hesitation. It'll be important, he said, and found that he had a bit of sneer. To see what our allies have done. All right, she said with a lilt. But don't say I didn't warn you. Their main course came, and Obito decided that the very least he could do was enjoy the steak. It seemed like tomorrow wasn't going to be much fun. Thanks, Obito. Rin smiled at him from behind her glass. For your help. And for the meal. But then, Rin's smile made him think that maybe he was wrong. ####. About 13 hours later, Obito was in the land of waves, and the steakhouse was a distant pleasant memory. Fukamai City had been an incredible place, he thought. So full of industry and commerce, springing right up out of the sea and joined to the land by its grand bridge. Had, though. Past tense. A demon had ripped out the city's heart, cut a path of destruction through it, and left behind sand, ash, and bodies. Obito had arrived with the medical team, 8 shinobi in all including Rin, about 2 hours ago, and spent that time familiarizing himself with the ravaged city and assisting the team with whatever they needed. There had been more than 10,000 casualties, and thanks to the city's own services being stretched to the limit, especially due to Gaara leveling a hospital on his way out, only about a third of them had been properly treated. Most of the rest were lined up in emergency shelters, crowding the halls of the remaining hospitals, or left out on the street if they had no one to look after them. The entire city was still in pandemonium 4 days after the attack. Obito couldn't blame them. No matter what kind of disaster response you could put together, there just wasn't much anyone could do when a fourth of the city, including a chunk of both major industrial, commercial, and residential sectors, were wiped off the map and buried in sand, along with the main highway to and from the place. Under there next, his companion said. Tanjiro, one of Rin's assistants, a little guy with brown hair and extremely blue eyes. He was constantly fidgeting, but Obito had seen for himself that his medical jutsu was second to none. Tanjiro was gesturing to a partially collapsed hotel. They were steadily working their way west along the docks, clearing buildings like this as they went. That's one of the last. Yeah, just a minute, Obito said. He took a deep breath and walked into the rubble, stooping down. Opening his eyes when he was phasing through something was strange but doable, but no matter how many times he practiced, his body always rebelled at breathing in the air from the kamui when his mouth was immersed in matter. His instincts always screamed that he was going to get a throat full of dirt or stone. Parts of the building had already been cleared, but there were patches of destruction too thick for previous rescuers to have reached. After a minute of careful searching, Obito still hadn't found anyone. He was ready to breathe out a sigh of relief and exit the rubble when he heard a faint voice. Hey, it was a man, hoarse and soft. Someone there. Obito cursed under his breath and doubled back towards the voice. He bent, searching the ground, and his face poked out a piece of rebar and found a miraculous pocket amidst the destruction. There was a ninja in there, to Obito's surprise, a man with long black hair and a green vest under his flak jacket. He had a hitaite wrapped around his neck like a scarf. For a second, Obito mistook the symbol on the headband for reins and his heart skipped a beat, but after a moment he noticed the angle. It was 3 diagonal lines instead of 3 straight ones, the symbol of the village of springs. The shinobi was buried in concrete, one arm crushed and another leg pinned by bent steel. That shouldn't have been enough to immobilize most ninja, but his free leg had been crushed flat by something unknown, probably before he had been buried. Oh, what the fuck? The ninja asked, and Obito grimaced at him. That's a hell of a hallucination. I'm not a hallucination, Obito said, wondering how he looked. The man could probably only see the front of his head popping out of the rubble above him. There was barely any light in here either, which must not have helped. I'm here to get you out. A Shinigami. The man coughed, and Obito couldn't keep a chuckle from escaping. Well, it's been long enough. Lazy bastard. Hold on, Obito said. This is gonna feel strange, alright. He bent down, examining the pocket. There was just barely enough space for him to lay himself out on top of the crushed shinobi, though he'd have to curl up a little. Yeah, do whatever you want, the man said. It's not like I'm Dash. In a fraction of a second, Obito dropped his intangibility, settled on top of the man, pulled him into the kamui, and then shuffled a couple feet to his right, popping them both out into the real world at Tanjiro's feet. The medical ninja jumped back in shock, and the ninja started screaming, attracting attention from a couple of people passing by and digging through the rubble themselves. Obito rolled away and back to his feet. What? What? The ninja from Springs shouted as Tanjiro recovered his composure. Crush wounds, Obito said, trying his best to be helpful. It seems like he's been in there since the attack, so he's probably got a whole lot of issues. Yeah, Tanjiro said as he bent down. The ninja from Springs went silent, staring at him with wide eyes as the medical ninja ran glowing red hands over the injured man's body. Well, it's a miracle you're alive, sir. What's your name? Do you know where you are? A dash. The man coughed, licked his lips. Kuro. Of the Hidden Springs. I'm in. He looked around, blinked. Gods, is this still Fukamai? I can't. Okay, Tanjiro said in the soothing tone that Obito could never manage. Try to calm down. You've lost a tremendous amount of blood, not to mention everything else. I'm going to call for a transport group, alright? I'll stay here and do my best to fix you up until they get here. Kuro coughed again and nodded his head, apparently unable to believe that he was still alive. Your hidden leaf. His eyes grew a bit sharper. Like those kids, are they all right? I think so, Tanjiro said, flawlessly lying. Obito was sure he had no idea what the man was talking about, but Obito had a clue. Good. Gods, I thought. The man twisted, wincing, his whole body shaking with pain. Those damn rain ninja. I can't believe they provoked that monster. At that, Obito stayed silent, peering down at the man and wondering who he was talking about. As he did, Tanjiro looked up at him. Obito, he said, and Kuro jerked at the name, eliciting another groan of pain. Lady Nohara called while you were in there. He tapped his headset. She wanted you back at the shelter as soon as we were done here. There's just a couple more buildings, all right. Obito nodded, noticing that Kuro's gaze was fixed on him. You all right? He asked, irrationally wondering if this man somehow knew about his team's connection to Gaara. You're Obito Uchiha, the man breathed out in obvious shock. The ghost. He closed his eyes. In case I die dash. You're not going to die, Tanjiro said patiently, but Kuro ignored him. In case I die, I have to give you my village's thanks, he said, and Obito cocked his head. Thanks weren't usually what foreign ninja gave him. You're the one who took down Haiden the Bloodletter. You cleansed an embarrassment to us all. He closed his eyes. Our sincere thanks, and our shameful apology for not doing it ourselves. Obito blinked. Haiden? Right, that's your rank at Paper Hill. Almost a full 2 years ago. When Sakura had swam through a well of blood and brought him the immortal ninja's heart. It was my pleasure, he said with a grin, kneeling down. When the man opened his eyes, he flinched back at finding Obito so close. Repay it to me by not dying, huh? We don't need any more bodies here. Kuro sucked in a breath and nodded, and Obito stood back up. I'll get the rest, he told Tanjiro. I'll bring anything I find to you. Tanjiro nodded, and Obito set off. There were 5 buildings left for him on the docks. In 3, thankfully, he found nothing. In 2, he found bodies. There were 21 all told, men and women of all ages. Obito mentally marked the bodies he couldn't pull out with the Kamui, retrieved the ones he could, and laid them out as respectfully as he could beside their respective structures. At the beginning of the day he'd wanted to take any body he found straight to the morgues, but they were all overflowing. This was the best he could settle for. It only took him about 10 minutes to physically pull out those he couldn't reach with the Kamui. By the time he was done, Tanjiro was making his way over. Kuro's been picked up, he said with a frown, his piercing blue eyes looking over the bodies Obito had found, lingering on a child. It was a boy, maybe 4 or 5 years old. His chest was completely crushed. Obito hadn't found any other corpses with it. Did that mean he'd died alone, or been left behind? He didn't want to speculate. He'll probably make it. I doubt he'll be a ninja again. Not with those legs, Obito said. He wondered what Katasuke was up to in that moment, and how simple it would be to steal prosthetic limbs from the hidden cloud. But I guess it's like you said. It's a miracle he's alive at all. Yeah, Tanjiro said, and then laughed. It's a day like this that makes me wonder if I should start smoking. Maybe it'd make things easier. It's bad for you, Obito noted with a smile. Tanjiro returned it. Life's short anyway, he responded, looking around at the destruction. You can go on ahead without me. There's still plenty to do here. Good luck, Obito said, sticking his hand out. Tanjiro took it. Thanks, he said. You know, all those rumors about you, they're way off base. Rumors usually are, Obito said with a bit of bite, and then he swirled out of existence, leaving Tanjiro behind. He jogged to the east and reappeared in the ad hoc medical headquarters that Rin had set up in the largest shelter near the bridge. The first sound to greet him was a baby screaming. Displaced people were lining up for examinations at a large white tent beneath a scrap iron roof, police, civilian doctors, and medical ninja all running around in a scene of directed chaos. Oh! He heard Rin's voice and turned around to find her stomping up to him, hands gesturing wildly at someone. Obito. Perfect. What's going on? He asked, and Rin huffed, her face red. I've had 3 idiots in a row now refuse help, she said, like it was a personal insult or a cardinal sin, and I'm sick of it. You've gotta go take care of it. Refuse help? Obito asked, perplexed. Why? Because we're from the Leaf. No. Rin declared, pacing in front of him. Her hands were clean, but there were bits of blood marking her arms and shirt. She must have just washed up. Because we're doing it for free. What? Right. It's ridiculous. She finally came to a stop, her chest heaving, and Obito felt an entirely inappropriate emotion for all the death they were surrounded by. There's some idiot out there charging out the ass for medical service, and for some reason that's making some people trust them more than us. People are saying they've saved 100 casualties by themselves in less than a day, but it's nonsense. They don't even have a name to put to them. She pointed at Obito violently, and he mocked surrender, raising his hands and backing up. I hate scammers, you know. And I hate people who'd take advantage of something like this even more. So you want me to? Obito asked, and Rin's face twitched into a smile for just a moment before her anger reasserted itself. Go figure out who they are, and tell them to either get with the program or get out. She said, before reconsidering. Actually, you know what, you're loaded. If they really do have some skill, could you pay them off, if it comes to that? Is that asking too much? We need all the help we can get. I don't have a problem with that, Obito confirmed. I'll go find them, all right? You just focus on your work. Good. Rin huffed, before brightening up. Thanks. You're the best. She stormed off back to one of the medical tents, and Obito wondered if he was 29 or 12 from the way her words made him feel. He noticed a couple people watching him as Rin left, including a man with a salt and pepper mustache holding his teenage son by the shoulder. The both of them were standing in line, waiting to be checked. The man looked away as Obito's eyes fell on him, and Obito made his way over with a neutral look. The closer he got, the wider the teenager's eyes got. He began elbowing his father, more and more desperately as Obito drew closer. Hey, Obito said casually, and the older man's gaze was drawn back to him. How's it going? Terrible, the man said after a moment of consideration. But thanks for asking, I guess. You were giving us a look, he said, and the man's eyes went wide with faux surprise. Do you know something about that? The person who's charging out the ass, as my friend put it. The man started shaking his head, but the teenager he was holding onto spoke up. We went and saw her first, he said as the person Obito presumed was his father gave him a dirty look. But we couldn't afford it. He gestured to his arm, which was covered in many small cuts and one large one that ran from the back of his hand up to his elbow. It wasn't bleeding any longer, but it had probably hurt like hell. And I'm not that beat up, so I don't have a problem waiting in line. Some other people. He sucked in a breath. Yeah, I can wait. A woman. Obito said, bending down a little to bring himself level with the teen. He smiled. Where was she? It was 2 women, and a pig, the teen said. Obito tilted his head, and the teen shrugged. I'm not kidding. The pig was just for show I think, but they were both doctors. Ninja doctors, like you guys. He pointed his thumb back over his shoulder. They were set up at the main street B&B, near the city center. Thanks, Obito said. He reached back into his hip pouch and, as the kid's father flinched in obvious fear of what he might be pulling out, dumped 200 Ryo notes in the teen's uninjured hand. Good luck to the both of you. The father did a double take at the money, and then his face hardened. We'll need more than luck, he grumbled. Yeah, Obito said in a deadpan tone. That's what the money's for. He left the pair to their own devices, heading south towards the center of the city. The chaos he saw along the way was nothing new, but the farther in he got the less destroyed the city was, and the more ordered everything was. Still out of control, but in an understandable way. When he found the main street and followed it, it delivered him straight to his destination with impressive speed. Well, that was what streets were for, he figured. The main street bed and breakfast was a medium-sized building set in between 2 much larger commercial ones. If Obito had to guess, it had probably been here before them, part of the city's original architecture before the bridge had brought it new prosperity. There was a long line outside, about 40 people long. At a glance, Obito didn't see any critical injuries among them. Well, that was something. Is this the line for medical treatment? He asked the person at the back, an older blonde woman. Yes. She asked, giving him a suspicious look. No cutting, it's first come first serve. Huh. Obito walked ahead, moving towards the building. The woman let out a huff, shouting after him. Hey, didn't you hear what I said? No cutting. Who do you think you dash? Her voice abruptly cut off when Obito walked through the wall of the building. He stepped into the B&B's lobby and looked around. A couple things became obvious to Obito right away. There had been an impromptu clinic set up in the lobby, complete with several beds, a bevy of medical equipment, and some fold-out tables and chairs. Some of the beds were occupied, and both the tables were. There was indeed a pig trotting around on one of them, oinking authoritatively, and a woman seated at both. He knew both these women, one by sight and the other by reputation. Obito sighed, pinching his nose as they both looked over at his impromptu entrance. Seriously? He asked. Are you here to get treated? Tsunade of the Sun-In asked with a sneer. If not, get out. You're taking up space. She turned back to the man in front of her, a wealthy-looking fellow nursing an obviously broken arm. 30,000, she said, and he gaped. Lowest bid. 30,000. He said in shock. You must be joking. That's a nasty break, Tsunade observed with a smile. The joint is shattered. Even in the hands of an expert, you'd probably be in pain for the rest of your life, not to mention the reduced mobility. I'd be surprised if you could get past 45 degrees with a treatment that would cost you 100,000. But hey, you don't look like you do real work for a living. Maybe you won't need to move your arm to get by. The man's face went red. Fuming, he reached into his pocket and whipped out a checkbook. Local? Tsunade asked, and he grunted in fury. Of course. He said, and Tsunade laughed. Then I'd prefer cash, she said. The patient looked like he was going to have a heart attack. You, woman, he said, apparently unable to find a better insult. He dug through his suit's pocket, pulling out a mass of crumpled 1,000 ryo bills, and began counting them out. You're a thief, he muttered as he sorted. A charlatan. You should be strung up dash. That's 30, Tsunade said abruptly. She swept aside the bills and then reached over, grasped the man with one hand, and lifted him up and pressed him down on the table. He let out a scream of fear and she rolled her eyes, making 2 quick movements and slamming her glowing hand into his shattered joint as the other pressed deeply into his core shining with blinding green light. Stop. No. I dash. The man paused, blinked, and Tsunade released him. He sat up, staring at his arm, extending and curling it in. It's... Yes, totally fixed. No pain? Tsunade asked. The man stared at her. No, none at all. He teared up. It's a miracle. It's not a miracle, Tsunade said, sounding bored. It's me. Now get out of here. You're wasting my time. The man ran for the exit, and at Tsunade's side Shizun let out a long-suffering. Next. She called to one of the B&B staff who was manning the entrance, who nodded and rushed outside to attend to the line. You're still here, Tsunade noted as Obito watched from the corner. Would you like to be one of the injured? Not particularly, Obito said. Then leave. I can't quite do that yet, he said. Another patient entered, this one with a deep cut on her scalp. Her face was covered in dried blood. Tsunade went white, turning away. Shizun, you handle this one, she whispered, and as she turned Obito stepped with her, coming up behind the table. Tsunade stared up at him with obvious disdain. The leaf has come to offer help to the land of waves, he said. The sneer only deepened. Including medical assistance. But we've had some people refuse help, apparently they're convinced you are offering better treatment. They're right. I am, Tsunade said, glowering. It's Rin who's here, isn't it? She's in charge of the medical division, Obito said. She was always sloppy, Tsunade said, which Obito knew was a bitter lie. If people want to pay me for my skills, that's their business. It is, Obito admitted. He had to navigate this carefully, especially for Rin's sake. But we don't want people keeping themselves in pain. It's been 4 days, Tsunade said, crossing her arms. At this point, it's all dead or walking wounded. There's no one coming here who can't afford it. Also true, Obito said, trying to stay neutral. Which is probably why Rin sent me here to pay you off. Oh? She knew it was me. Tsunade smirked. And she didn't come herself. She didn't know it was you, Obito clarified. He smiled. She probably would have handled things differently if she had. So, one of the Hokage's chief killers has been sent to pay a doctor to do the village's work for it. Tsunade laughed. I couldn't have set it up better myself. That's... Obito shook his head. Never mind. How much do you want? Shizun was treating the scalp wound next to them, Tsunade steadfastly refusing to look over to even check her apprentice's progress the whole time. Even to Obito's amateur eyes it was obvious that the younger woman was almost as good as her teacher. Were you going to contest it, Obito Uchiha? Tsunade asked. I'm trying not to be that person anymore. How much? Obito said shortly. Old dogs can't learn new tricks, Tsunade continued. And you've always been Minato's perfect dog. Obito placed his hand on the table. Tsunade, he said, taking a deep breath. How much? She scowled at him. 500,000. He could detect a bit of surprise in her face. Even 2 years ago, that needling would have gotten to him. She didn't know what to do with the new him. Done, Obito responded without hesitation. In cash. Of course. I'm not an idiot, she snapped. Okay. He stepped back. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Please don't charge anyone before I return. It turned out he was using that savings account today. A quick trip to a bank on the mainland later, and Obito returned carrying a duffel bag full of Ryo. He stepped back into the room and found that Tsunade was still there, still scowling. Here, he said, setting the bag down behind the table. I hope that'll satisfy you. We truly appreciate your help. So polite, Tsunade spat. Shizun still seemed to be tending to the injured and studiously avoiding the conversation. Obito noticed the current patient had an open wound as well. It was obvious that Tsunade still had a fear of blood, a fact he filed away, just in case. You know who caused this, right? From everything I've heard, it was the hidden sand, he said. The Leaf's allies, Tsunade spat. And yet here you come, here to clean up this inconvenient mess. If you think people are going to forget the truth of what the village really is, you're all gravely mistaken. Hopefully not for long, Obito said, and Tsunade gave him a funny look. Now that's different, she muttered. Do I detect an independent thought, Obito Uchiha? It's been a long time since we last met, Tsunade, he said mildly. Tsunade scoffed. Allies like this are worse than most enemies. It's easier to replace ninja than it is to rebuild a reputation. The woman dropped her head, tapping her finger against her arm. I heard a story, she said after a moment. That there was a ninja here on that night who fought the demon, and then went around rendering medical assistance afterwards. She sighed. I'm disappointed he's left. I've seen some of his work, it was rough, but competent stuff. Better to have had him than the rest of you. Obito felt a shock from the top of his head to the tips of his toes. Competent. Coming from Tsunade, that might as well have been a gold medal. A blonde kid from the nation of rain? He asked, and Tsunade gave him a suspicious look. You've heard the same story, she said. Her suspicion deepened to a frown. And you've got a smug look on that stupid fat face of yours. Sorry, Obito said, waving her off. I just thought it was funny. I'm pretty sure that was Naruto Namikaze. Sensei's son. Huh. Tsunade grunted. Guess the yondaime made at least one good thing then. She paused. But he was a shinobi from Rain. He is, right now, Obito admitted. He ran off. Well, he's halfway to a smart kid, Tsunade said. If only he hadn't gone to a bunch of lunatics like Rain. He's working on it. On himself, Obito said. He paused, waiting for a response, and then spoke again when nothing came. Do you need anything else, or will the money do? The money will be fine, Tsunade said. As Obito turned to leave, she clicked her tongue. Hey, Obito, she said. I'll give you one free bit of advice. She gestured around. All this is a sign that things are about to change for the worse. You know that, right? If Konoha doesn't get its shit together, this isn't going to be the last city that'll be destroyed. Obito narrowed his eyes. Yeah, he said. I'll do my best to keep us on the right path. Your best won't be enough, Tsunade said, and for a second she sounded like the legendary ninja she really was. If you wanna avoid it, be better than your best. He stood there, seeing the sincerity in her face, and then bowed after a moment. Thank you, Lady Tsunade, he said, and then the world in her grim face swirled away beyond the Kamui. Obito stood in the Kamui, wondering why he was so unsettled. Tsunade was a wanderer, a rogue ninja in all but name, but she still spoke with authority that embedded her words in his mind. Better than my best, huh? He muttered to himself. Guess I'll try. He walked a little and popped back out of the Kamui, back at the medical headquarters. Things had calmed down, but only a little, down from 100% crazy to only 95%. Rin was nowhere in sight. He kept himself busy organizing the injured and carrying equipment for Medical Ninja until she appeared. Hey, Obito. You're back. She said, jogging up with a brilliant grin. There was more blood on her shirt than before. Everything figured out. It was Tsunade, he said, and Rin froze. Really? Yeah. I gave her $500,000, and she promised to treat people without charge. So I guess there's 2 clinics now. That's good, Rin said distantly. I mean, if it's Sensei, at least people will be getting good treatment. I never thought. She shook her head. Well, she always was a magnet for tragedy. I guess it goes both ways. Yeah, Obito said with a little chuckle. He looked around the destroyed city with a funny feeling in his gut, and his mouth started moving before he gave it any instructions. You know, Rin, when we get back. Yeah. She looked at him with curious chocolate brown eyes. We should have dinner again. Oh, yeah, that'd be nice. That steak was great, Rin said with a smile. Obito fiddled with his pant leg. I mean like, dinner. Rin just looked confused, so Obito pressed ahead, trying to be as explicit as possible. Like, a dinner date, he said. Rin blinked. A date. A date with dinner. A date where we have dinner. Together. Rin started to laugh, and then smirked. Obito felt his heart seize up at the smug look. That would be good, she said, holding back laughter. But Obito, what the hell were we doing for the last couple months then? Obito stared ahead, not sure if he should be ecstatic or curl up into a ball and never show his face to the world again. He realized in a permanent and unforgettable way in that moment that while he might have been a pretty smart guy, when it came to Rin he was a complete and total idiot. Practice, I guess, he muttered. To his infinite relief. Rin laughed. Check the description for the links to the author.